Hey guys, my name is Simpsy. How you all doing? Welcome to the Great War mod, a World War I mod for Napoleon Total War. Here today we're going to be starting a new campaign as Germany. So if you like the sound of that, feel free to leave the video a like and subscribe if you're new. I'd really appreciate it. It's been, what, 6 years in fact, since I've played the Great War mod. There's been a huge update which happened last year in December, which added a bunch of new stuff, and I'm incredibly excited to be back in World War I. I can't wait to play with some artillery, some tanks, and some gas. It's going to be a lot of fun. So for this series, we're going to be playing as the Kaiser and try and win the war with the Central Powers, I guess. But we can trade with our neighbours Switzerland, a fellow Germanic state. We've also got Denmark with some Germanic population within. And military-wise as well, we currently have the most, but this is quite a tough campaign. We start things off fighting on a war on 2 fronts, and a third if you count the sea. There's a bunch of new tech here as well. I think going with silent films and nationalism. There's even like Marxism here. There's tank upgrades. There's artillery, rifle scopes. Like, the tech tree is awesome as well. So I think what I'll do is I'll focus most of my military in trying to capitulate France. The quicker the better. I think we're going to just have to take it quite slow and methodical on the Eastern Front, as we just don't have the military assets over there, and obviously attacking Russia in winter is really harsh in Napoleon Total War and in this game. So let's move the Crown Prince of Bavaria, and let's go through the total military assets for the German Empire. We currently have, of course, the largest military in the known world. However, we're going to need it, as we are obviously heavily surrounded. So we've got an army here in East Prussia. We might look to advance. We do have Austria-Hungary down below to help us out, but I don't know how helpful they're going to be. They're currently surrounded by quite a few factions here. So from what I can remember in playing this game years and years ago, that artillery is king. Obviously artillery in Napoleon Total War Empire is just so strong, and obviously now that we're playing with World War I artillery machinations, the range, the firepower is insane, and also it takes a little while as well, which is realistic, to get tank warfare and gas and stuff going. My major criticism I remember from last, like ages ago, playing was the amount of crashes I had and like save corruptions. So hopefully they've fixed that out and that's not like a persisting issue. But at the end of the day, the mod team has done a tremendous job to try and bring World War I to Napoleon Total War. Like, it's essentially line battle warfare trying to curtail trench warfare. So the battles in this are kind of, we'll try and make them like trench warfare as well. Sit back, try and rain artillery, and once tanks, I can't wait to test out the tanks. I've heard they're incredibly good. They're incredibly powerful. Some of the tanks as well are overpowered, so hopefully we can roll on through the fields of Europe. So I think we'll try and focus this German army build with superior firepower, but obviously that's going to cost quite a bit. We also need to build railroads all across Germany and Prussia to try and move military forces and assets quickly. We don't want to stuff up our logistics, would we? Also, we do have quite a huge navy as well. I don't know. You would imagine you can get submarines in this. We can get some U-boats. Trade nodes, I'm not going to worry about them too much because I would imagine that the British Navy and, of course, the French Navy would be quite active and persistent in their naval doctrine to try and rule the waves. So we might just try and stop anyone entering the Baltic Sea here, because we're going to be able to block in and pin in Russia. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how we do in this series. I do know as well that like rebellions are insane in this mod. I remember like years ago they spawned quite a bit. So what I'll do here now is we've got some fair naval forces. The main problem is I want to try and trade with as many factions as we can. We're not going to need to worry about the landlocked ones, but maybe the Ottomans, for example, who are our allies, and maybe even if we trade with Spain in the future, we are going to have to protect our ports here, and we just need to chuck in a little ship there to protect it, because last thing we want is roaming navies to actually take it. So we've got a full fleet here. Dreadnought class, Brandenburg and light cruiser as well. Awesome. Alright, well, I think we're ready to end the turn and continue. So on the Eastern Front, we currently have one full stack with Maximilian and then another on the way. I think making East Prussia and Warsaw our two military design cities, upgrading artillery, and just being able to make these our two focused recruitment hubs on the Eastern Front is definitely the play. I think getting some field guns, getting better quality artillery, and then we'll go with just your stock standard infantry. But even infantry in this game, like even the lowest cost and even the ones that are like sort of trash tier you would consider in other Total Wars, they're incredibly effective because at the end of the day they are fighting with modern rifles. So we do have our gentleman here, so we do need to remember in Napoleon that we want to put him into a university to get that additional buff. Also, we do have reconnaissance in this, which is awesome. Check this out, which is newly modeled. Hey, the spy is actually a reconnaissance plane. I really do love that touch. Look at this, it looks so cute. So we'll send it to the Eastern Front to spy on those dreaded Ruskies. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens with them as well. They could actually have their own civil war, bringing down the Tsar, and potentially see the country fracture and split between the future Soviet Union and the White Russians. Alright. So path blocks, no turn of events just yet. We're slowly but surely mobilizing the German war machine, and looks like the French have moved up an army here as well. We do want to try and capture Brussels as well. So we currently have a full stack here with Ruprecht, I don't even know how to say that, I'm not German. Crown Prince of Bavaria, and we will be bringing in the air actually. So let's fight this one against the French. Let's get stuck in. Okay, welcome to the first battle of the Great War. We have the Battle of Nancy in Lorraine, I believe it is. Yeah, the Duchy of Lorraine was within this area. But looking at the battlefield conditions, it is currently pouring down with rain. No! That's not good. I would imagine that it's going to hamper to some extent our artillery firepower capacity. Obviously in Napoleon your powder would get dry. I don't know if that's overly an issue with shells. I don't know, I'm not an artillery commander. But I imagine it raining doesn't help. You'd imagine the pieces would get stuck in the mud and bog and stuff. Alright, then we've got the German Empire infantry. Let's form them just a little bit ahead. Now these artillery pieces are going to be more than capable to arc their shots up and over our front line and start shelling. Now looking at the topography as well, that doesn't help. A lot of trees, which is going to be quite hard. Like sometimes the angles of where the units rotate, they can weave in and around trees. So we're going to be, like I guess in real life, you just be blowing the trees to absolute splinters. But in this, they are a bit of a nuisance. We've got our cavalry on the right hand side as well. We've got to be super careful with cavalry in the Great War mod. From what I've found by sort of playtesting and just having a test run of just various campaigns, cavalry get shredded just due to the rifle ability of your infantry. Like if you get caught within like, what's the best way to describe it? Maybe like 2-3 volleys, you can nearly lose the entire cavalry unit. But already we're starting to get the artillery off, and we're going to start trading, which is fantastic. Also the sound as well of these field cannons is awesome as the German Empire starts the shelling of France in the first day of the war. Oh my god. Now there is a little bit of a bug with it. Yeah, there we go. I was going to say there's usually like white texture bugs that pop up. If anyone knows how to fix that, let me know. But I think that's been a thing for years, that persistence. Like it just sometimes breaks with artillery fire. So I think like my ideal army build for this series, because Germany has fantastic artillery and firepower capacity. If I could get like what 4 or 5 units of like proper German guard to defend the artillery, but I think early on we kind of just want to go with some artillery doom stacks just because they're so effective. However, the French have actually moved up a cavalry unit there, and it's just been absolutely obliterated. The word that comes to mind is vaporized on the hill there. And as you saw, that infantry just absolutely ripped on through them. Oh, how have I not played this earlier? I've been playing Witcher, another Warhammer, and other Total Wars. But yeah, it came out in December. I'm thoroughly enjoying the Great War mod, and I can definitely see myself doing more campaigns. Like, when I start recording a series like this, and then I see there's so many other potential factions, I think, oh yes, this is a couple good months of just like playing a really good campaign and mod. Like, I could see myself playing as the Turks. I think that would be quite fun. We could essentially go with non-historical focuses as well. Maybe declare like an Italian empire and do our own thing. Same with Britain as well. We could maybe even join the Germans. Like, there's so many possibilities. So let me know if you guys would like to see other campaigns. And so I can just get a bit of a feel and a bit of a general consensus. Alright, so the French are slowly moving up cavalry as well, but it's just getting absolutely annihilated here. Yeah, the AI isn't the best, even on very hard difficulty. I would recommend very hard battle difficulty for you guys, from what I've been playing at, because normal is just like beyond shocking. The AI isn't as good as Darth mod, which is understandable, but it's still better than vanilla Napoleon Total War. Difficulty-wise as well, I would actually recommend a hard or a normal campaign for this mod. I did read that I think they recommend hard, but it depends how long you want the campaign to go for, because the main problem in conquering and carving up territory is the division between the Protestant and the Catholic sector in the world. Because if you're playing as one or the other, if you start conquering their territory, the main problem is, in the Great War mod, is the spawning rate for rebellions, because they're really quite harsh, in my opinion. But hey, maybe that's what you want for World War I. I guess it's sort of realistic to be slowly but surely progressing throughout the world, and it can take sort of months to finish a campaign, because I guess obviously they're trying to replicate World War I warfare, which it's the thing is with World War I, it's being dug in the trenches and just shelling artillery back and forth, and dudes sitting in holes all day. Look, isn't the most entertaining to play, I don't think, but they've done a pretty good job. So maybe that's just to sort of replicate, hey, if you conquer like Paris, for example, there's going to be rebellions back and forth, and you're going to be sort of dug in to replicate that. So we'll try and stay a little bit stagnant, not push too much with our infantry, as our cavalry is wrapped around here to try and neutralize the French. So you can use your cavalry effectively, but you just got to be super careful in the flank. So I think going with like normal is probably okay, just because of those rebellions. Because what I love about Total War is the sandbox experience is painting the map my own color. And if you do want to try and blitzkrieg various factions in this game, I would recommend that. But if you do want a slow, long, protracted campaign, maybe go very hard if you're playing as, for example, the French, and you sort of want to dig and bunker on in. Okay, we're even struggling to push through there. Also, as well, there is a bit of a tendency in Napoleon, I think this is a trait from. So regardless if you're attacking, the AI will try to close the distance and charge at you if you have artillery supremacy. Because the AI makes a calculation, say, let's say you got 10 artillery pieces to the enemy 5, and you're about even on infantry, and you attack them, the AI will not, it's very rare, I guess they can, but it's very rare, in my experience, like 9 out of 10, that they will sit back, even if you're attacking. So you can, especially with the amount of artillery you can field, you can really turn every single aggressive and offensive battle to a defensive. But so far here, we're just continuing to shell the French position, and as they slowly make their way up over the hill, The brave men of the German Empire under the reign of the Kaiser are just shredding these French boys left, right, and centre. They really don't stand a chance because we've brought, what, 7 artillery pieces. And this is only, bear in mind, this is only the starting artillery that we get used to. I can't wait to get like better quality howitzers, and I think there's even Gatling guns and mortars as well. You can even like change up the artillery pieces. Alright, just skipping a little bit ahead, just trying to run down as many of them as possible. But we've won our first battle in Nancy. Alright, so we did lose a little bit, but that's okay because they deployed to 2,400. But check out the kills, boys. Artillery mostly. Oh, the cavalry actually ran down a fair few, so that sort of inflated their stats slightly. So if you can get a couple hundred artillery pieces, kills with those artillery pieces on very hard, that's what we want. So we won't be relying on infantry too much. But I guess it's kind of realistic. You obviously don't see the visual trenches until you get the tech. But sitting back with artillery and trading back and forth is a lot of fun. It just sounds so satisfying as well. But we're going to be making our way westward and continuing on to Paris. Alright, so this is where most of my... Well, the thing is, this is where most of my military forces actually are on the Western Front. So I think we just need to full-on send everyone in. We currently have 5 German divisions in... Well, I guess it's 5 German armies. And then the units would be the divisions. We've probably got like, I don't know, 2,000-3,000 battalions here as well, which is quite a bit. So we're going to try and build railroads as well where we can. You do obviously want to try and... Well, the thing is with the Germans, you do want to try and just continue to support your strong military position. And I just want to keep on going. I want to try and conquer territory as best as we can and just keep on going and keep this military favour in our, well, favour. We want to try and blitzkrieg the French so that we can pick apart Russia and Britain really one at a time. We might try and get some peace treaties as well, but I believe that if you keep it on historical AI, you can't actually sue for peace. I think it like hard locks it all. Maybe there's too many war grievances between the Allied powers in the Central for peace to really happen. We'll advance the fleet here now, but we're just still mobilizing on the Eastern Front. We haven't had any threat from the Russians just yet on the Latvia, Lithuania, and Belarus border there. We'll move my reconnaissance plane up because we're definitely going to need intelligence in the east because the Russians have huge armies. Alright, still slowly but surely building up our military infrastructure on the Eastern Front. We will need to put some in on the west. Also want to try and get railroads as well. I want to get to a point where I can send tanks and trucks from the core German heartland. And yeah, send them over to the east and the west. So it even takes a little while to get over there. We're still mobilizing some just spare military forces we have. Look, we might need to move the navy here as well at some point. I think we'll push into Belgium now as well with these 2 full stacks. The quicker we can bring Belgium into the German Empire, the better. It actually will get us an easier access to Paris. So we do want to try and fully adopt the Schlieffen plan as we end the turn and continue. Okay, so invasion of Togoland, okay. Oh, that's it as well. There's even like really cool events. We've got an Antarctica expedition. What do we want to go through here? Women in the workplace. That'll be good. We can get war bonds as well. I don't know if we should go down sort of the Marxist stuff. Obviously in Hearts of Iron you wouldn't want to do that, because we want to try and keep the monarchy in. The last thing we want is Germany to go full socialist and make the bloody Kaiser abdicate this early on. But yeah, we're just moving to a small little village inside Poland. Yeah, we've only got 1 reconnaissance plane, so I think the best bet is to have it in Russia, because they're such a large faction. We really could get exposed if we're not careful. Alright, back over in the west. We're still slowly but surely progressing. And we've got Karl here with the Belgian force. We're going to push in and try and seize the town on the outskirts. And it looks like the French are going to defend them. There's a full stack in Belgium. And the French have sent an army in response. Okay, that's huge. Alright, oh, we've got another French army here pushing towards Strasbourg. And I think we'll get the Prince of Bavaria to attack it as well. If we can destroy 2 French full stacks in quite quick succession, we're going to be laughing. But just looking at the army build, unfortunately, simply, the French do not have the artillery firepower. So this is the Battle of France, 1914. Alright, so this battlefield seems to be, well, a little bit more accommodating, eh? And a nice, flat, European open field. Very little debris and foliage and essentially just stuff to avoid our line of sight. We're going to be able to absolutely bomb and obliterate the bloody hell out of the French. And continue on here with the Crown Prince of Bavaria. He's doing alright. Okay, now the main thing is as well, because artillery is so strong, you've also got to really protect your generals as well. So you do have to try and conceal them to some extent. Quite often in Napoleon, there's houses and just buildings that you can hide your general behind. This time around, there doesn't seem to be anyone anywhere. So second best is trying to put them in foliage. Okay, so let's make a front line here. And once again, we are attacking the French. But you would imagine that there... Oh, there is a building there, slightly. But we might be better off to put him up a bit. Like, can he... Actually, hang on. Can I get it here? There's very little cover. But like something like that, it just tries to break up like a clear and open fire pattern that they could have. So we've already lost 1 unit of cavalry so far. Yeah, I just don't know if it's worth it in the Great War mod. Obviously, you want to have cavalry to wrap around and encircle. Because you want to try wrap around the front line, get to their artillery, and neutralize it. But if you're bringing superior German firepower for the Bundeswehr or whatever it is called, yeah, you can just outshell them, so you don't really need cavalry. You better off bringing more artillery pieces. But as there is unlimited ammunition, carnage is going to be going back and forth. But yeah, also let me know tips and tricks, guys, for the Great War mod. Let me know, people who play this mod religiously. I sort of bounce between Total Wars, so I try to refresh myself and have a look at various techs and stats and units and strategies and stuff. But obviously, people that play this week in, week out are going to be better than me. So let me know some tips so I can get back up to speed. Because I just play so many different Total Wars. And I play so many mods as well, which change things. Like I've been playing a lot of DEI, trying to remember how to play that and stuff. You just like simply forget stuff. You bloody need a journal to write it all down. But yeah, what would you guys recommend? I think going with this artillery strategy is working wonders. From what I can remember playing years ago. God, that was so long ago. Playing as Britain. As a young, fresh-faced teen. I remember playing as Britain, and I really liked that because you could recruit Australian Light Horse. Because I believe that was like the first time ever I could play a strategy/war game that sort of had my country in it to some extent. Especially in this modern stuff. It was like pre-Hearts of Iron. Well, I guess the original, I guess 2 and 3 were out, eh? But I didn't actually play those. Hearts of Iron 4 was actually my first Hearts of Iron. Actually, that's not true. I did play Hearts of Iron 3 for a little bit, but not that much. I do like the aesthetic of Hearts of Iron 3. Like, with just, like, the green sort of rectangle slash square, like, unit cards. But I didn't sink many hours into it. Oh my god. So we're focusing our firepower on the general here. And we're just taking his general staff out. Try and zoom in and get some cinematic shots. But so far, the French are fleeing. And we're just continuing to shell and bombard their position. So I think that's the best way for us. We're going to have, obviously, just better quality artillery. The German industry is going to be far superior to that of the French. However, you would imagine that it's not too long in European history from Napoleon ruling the continent. And in the grand scheme of things, we are, well, like looking at the history of Germany, a united German state is still a relatively new thing on the European continent in this time period. The Germanic tribes have banded together, and it looks like the French here are going to make their advance as well, as they can't take any more artillery shredding and bombardment from the Kaiser's forces. So if we can destroy 2 full stacks in and around the outskirts of Lorraine, it should make us easier to push into the Parisian suburbs. And what is sort of over here? Champagne, a couple of others. But at the moment, they are currently hitting me as well, so even with like 3-4 enemy artillery, they're going to be able to trade. They've got some cavalry here. I don't know if it's going to be as easy to wrap around with my cavalry this time around. But they've got an infantry unit here, which you've got to be super careful for, as the brave German cavalry charge on in. And we've caught them, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, let's see how effective they are on horseback with swords compared to bayonet fixed French. But the French army here is nothing to be snuffed at. Like, numerically, I mean, there's 3 stacks in close proximity, and then we've got the Belgian force. That's 4, so it's quite even-wise at the moment. We will have to watch out for British interference, of course. Still shelling the position as they look to advance over the trenches. But this will be the warfare just early on in the campaign. Trash tier artillery. Oh, look at it. Oh no, oh my god. My cavalry has capitulated. We did so well destroying those 2 infantry units, and then we charge against one and we get absolutely cooked and fried there. But yeah, this is how we'll sort of play it. Artillery, slowly but surely just try and trade with them. It looks like my infantry is actually trading with theirs, which is fantastic, as the infantry are getting their first sort of real fight in this one, as the Germans trade with the French. Allons-y! Oh my god. Chaos. Fire. The stench of smoke in the air back and forth. So, this is how we'll sort of play against the French. Halfway through sort of the invasion. Sort of, this is how like the gameplay is sort of in the early game. Once we get the text, we're actually going to be able to get proper trenches and barbed wires and barricades and caltrops and stuff, sort of towards the mid game, and then towards the late, we're going to be able to get rolling tanks, better quality artillery as well, which will look more accustomed to the artillery you sort of see in World War I, maybe even World War II to some extent. Alright, we've got some reinforcements coming in here, mostly generals. Look, you know what? We're not going to use them. I kind of wish you could choose what immediate reinforcements come in, because you're actually better off, for example, there, withdrawing the general stuff. You don't need 2 generals on the battlefield. And now, perfectly here, we've gotten 2 new cavalry pieces. But it looks like another French army is going to bite the dust. So yeah, let me know feedback and suggestions and tips and tricks as well. Do you agree with my strategy of blitzkrieging France, or should we focus on the Russians? Maybe we need to mount more pressure on Britain as they build up. We might even need to get an army to head to the Bavarian, Italian, Alps border as well. Because sometimes Austria can throw their game a bit. Oh, I do know that if Istanbul gets taken by another faction, the game can crash. I do know that. Yeah, but army builds, tips, tricks, let me know in the comments. I'd really much appreciate it. I do read every single comment, and I do use the... I think you guys have noticed as well. I've mentioned this before, but I use the heart feature on my channel for every comment I read, and then obviously that I agree with, because I like to I like to treat it as like the iPhone send and receive thing. So it's like, oh, I read it, I acknowledge it, and then you guys know. I wish there was sort of a read feature. You know what I mean? Alright, so victory. We've destroyed another army, and there are the stats. Yeah, I just wish like the heart feature is good on YouTube, but I wish there was like a content creators read this. You know what I mean? Like that'd be so helpful, because quite often, like sometimes you just don't get to comments. You just don't see them for ages. But so far, we're doing incredibly well in this German campaign, as the, I don't know, butcher of Bavaria that he's becoming is destroying countless French resistance. Okay, I think it's time to invest in my economy a little bit. I maybe went a little bit too heavy-handed on the military. I just wanted to keep up our initiative, because I knew we were going to be losing military forces and units left, right, and center. So we've got a little bit of money now to start investing. All right, we want to try and just change up my army build slightly here as well. Let's just try and group up. I could go back and replenish and repair, but I just kind of want to continue on with the offensive. I don't want to give them a chance to recruit more. So, although moving back, getting that automatic replenishment is more cost effective, I'd rather charge. Alright. So, looks like that French army's actually moved south during the Entente phase. They've left the Belgians alone. Oh no. Oh, and we've also seen some forest and ground devastation there. I guess after losing that, additional French army, they think that core French territory is under threat. And, okay, we've been intercepted there. That's annoying. This interception thing's quite infuriating in Napoleon as well. This is a lot better. We'll play this one against Belgium, and we'll be able to bring Brussels under German control. Some fantastic commanders here. Let's get stuck into them. The Battle of Brussels. Okay, so a little bit of an overcast battle, this one. And this battlefield is actually, similar to the first battle we played. Not the cleanest battlefield, but we're actually checking out as well a field cannon, which is, I think this is technically the best piece of German artillery equipment that we have to offer. The range is good. I don't think the reload is very strong, but that's alright. If you've got the firepower and the range, we're laughing. But yeah, I can't wait to get to the late game as well, when we can have tanks rolling over the fields of Europe. There's even like flamethrowers. There's all machinations of human suffering, I guess, we can inflict throughout various war crimes. Because like we've got gas, and then we've got other stuff that we can get in the future as well. Alright, battle against Belgium. Don't have much line of sight here. There's only 2 units on the map there that we can see. And already we're starting to focus on their position. But yeah, here is a heavy artillery piece. So eventually we want to be able to phase out our older pieces and bring in these massive bad puppies in. Can we get a cool cinematic shot here, please? Here we go. Boom chugga-lugga! Oh my god. And already some brave Belgium infantry is quite frankly getting obliterated. Now, this is an incredibly unfortunate occurrence for Belgium, because we attacked the army on the outskirts here. They're actually trickling in as reinforcements, so they're going to be coming in one by one. They are forming a crazy like infantry column there, so we should be able to shell it straight up as well. Oh, also, I forgot to mention, you would have been noticing throughout this video that we've got Huts of Iron 4 music playing. I wasn't too sure on the music right status on this mod, so I had to mute it and add in my own music, which I do tend to do sometimes. Add in my own music. I simply just mute the gameplay and then do a little bit of editing trickery. But yeah, that was the thing. I just didn't know the rights issues on it. Because sometimes it's still annoying to these days, like, depending on who owns the music and stuff, it can just like ruin series. Like the video can just get straight up removed. But I have an agreement with the Creative Assembly that I can basically use all their music. Technically all fair use anyway, but if there's any other game that I can basically play and monetize and play their music, the Creative Assembly are quite good in that respect. Because I do have, I think most people have like an agreement with them that I'm allowed to use their stuff, and that's really quite helpful. If YouTube like automates stuff or stuff gets flagged, you just be like, hey, boom, send over this like certificate. So that's why you tend to hear more Creative Assembly or Total War soundtracks in my videos, because I'm allowed to. Okay, so any Belgian infantry forces is getting absolutely obliterated here. But so far we're slowly but surely progressing on the Western Front. We have yet to see any fierce fighting against the Ruskies on the east. But Belgium and their military forces and apparatus are just getting slaughtered here. They unfortunately got left high and dry by the French, who were defending them. The only problem as well, when you're just trading artillery fire, it's not the most sort of tactically intensive. You can speed things up. For whatever reason, when you speed things up in Napoleon, it doesn't let you hear like the shots. It gets rid of them, which is annoying, because you'd want to hear. Maybe it'd be annoying hearing artillery fire on 3 times speed. It'd be pew 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 pew. But yeah, it just sort of goes away, which is annoying. Because at the moment, nothing too crazy here. We're just continuing to shell their position. We haven't actually needed to use our infantry too astutely or tactically just yet. We've been sitting back, digging in our imaginary trenches, and just trying to shell France and Belgium into submission. Just beat them into submission. That's what we want to be doing. And just adopting the Schlieffen plan, blitzkrieg them, and then once we control most of France, we can change up our army build slightly. But also, it takes a little while tech to get better quality infantry and sort of all the Great War mod and World War 1 specialized stuff. So they have actually deployed some of their own artillery, and they're starting to fight back. But I couldn't find anywhere sort of the stats for the factions. So if anyone could let me know about that, that'd be brilliant. Because I'm only guessing per se, and Napoleon, and sort of taking inference from Napoleon. Like, I would imagine going, because like obviously in Rome 2 is a bit clearer, even with DI it's a bit clearer and easy to see, even in Rome Remastered, what are the factions' strengths and weaknesses and benefits. I couldn't actually find that. So you would imagine that Germany would have like better quality equipment, maybe even soldiery. Like the Russians would have the manpower, essentially. They would have more men per unit, you would infer that. The French probably have better laws and economics, and then Britain obviously has decent firepower and British capacity. So, yeah, I wonder if I can... Someone send me a link to that, that'll be great. Or let me know your favourite faction because of this. Like, I like Britain because of the tanks, etc. Also, that's actually an interesting question. Do the Americans rock up in this? I don't know. Is anyone... I haven't got to the late campaign in years now, so I can't even remember. Does Uncle Sam rock up? Because that'd be annoying if we did to fight. Man of the United States. Oh my god, there's a brave little Belgium unit there trying to advance. Got some cavalry flanking around. I'm curious to see our new artillery piece, how well it does. But so far, 2 French full stacks destroyed. And we're just pummeling shells into the ground there. We're starting to see devastation and, well, quite frankly, obliteration of the Belgium military forces. Okay, I'm going to charge in my cavalry here to try and stop their artillery pieces. They were hitting me a little bit, but nothing too crazy. But even with a small amount of rifle fire from their infantry, we've lost nearly 40% of them charging, which is just insane. How strong even like the weaker pieces are. You definitely need artillery, and you do need to be quite sparing and cautious with your infantry. Like, yeah, I don't know if cavalry is the play, which was a huge part of World War One, especially before tanks. They just get shelled. Oh my god. Enemy general killed, but my cavalry's taken an absolute beating in that position. Alright, just skipped a little bit ahead. Just trying to run down as many of them as we can. We want to get those kills and chevrons up nice and high. Alright. Only a matter of time now before we win. And we'll quit that there. Alrighty. Another glorious victory for the Kaiser. So we're still making our way to Paris, and we're going to be able to claim our first piece of territory. Yeah, the siege gun was up there, but wasn't the best, which is interesting. So we should be able to take Belgium now with impunity and march on in to the city of Brussels. Can you get a little bit closer? Because it does help the order resolve the distance. So Karl is going to take the city. Oh, we've got a couple of options here. We can liberate, loot and sack, and then military occupy. Liberate is actually probably not a smart idea, bringing back the Kingdom of Belgium. But I don't know how... I don't trust vassals in Total War. That's the only thing. Sometimes they're quite loyal. Sometimes, more than likely, they're not. They just rebel. The Russians are mobilizing here on the Polish border. We do have Maximilian here. So we might make a play against the Russians if they get further towards East Prussia. Can't get any more trade on the diplomatic front. Austria and Italy aren't at war. 2 full stacks with the Crown Prince of Bavaria. And then we've obviously got the Crown Prince of Prussia, Wilhelm. Yeah. And Karl von Biel and Alexander von Kluck. Von Kuck. Alright, rather unfortunate name. We're still pushing towards our victory conditions as well. That's quite a bit of territory. There's even a bit of a time limit as well. Is it 4 or 6 turns a year in this? It's one or the other. But let's get in range to intercept this Russian force. Or at least make our presence known. Last time we wanted them to hit that farm. So we might have our first battle against the Russians. I've been quite passive here because already, thanks to our reconnaissance plan, we can't be too hyper-aggressive. We can't be advancing too much because they outnumber us crazily on the Eastern Front. We need to wrap up the French war before we can send forces over. And it might not even be worth it because we don't have the railroads or the infrastructure to send it over there. So we might be actually better off to try and claim as much territory in France and then use those war funds to support the war in the East and just basically recruit from those 2 military hubs eventually. I think making Belgium and Strasbourg, eventually once we take Paris as well, the sort of Western military infrastructure, while essentially core German states, I think will make that the industry. We want it to make it where our factories are. To build some Volkswagen factories for our eventual tanks and trucks that we're going to need. Alright, so still got 2 full stacks here. We've got more forces coming from Strasbourg. There's another army just south of Belgium here as well. But we will need to keep an eye on rebellions and stuff. Because from what I can remember years ago, they were really quite harsh. Like, the rebellions are like the worst thing. Like, sometimes the AI can actually spawn better quality armies than what the factions actually have, which is super annoying. That infuriates the hell out of me. Oh, actually, we're gonna need to send my German. We're gonna move the whole fleet to the British Channel, but we're gonna have to split off some of these ships because I do want to try and protect my ports that we've acquired. But already, it does look like Britain has got a rather large presence here. I haven't even focused on going for the trade nodes. It's quite a legitimate strategy in Napoleon and Empire to go for those nodes. You can get a lot of trade, particularly from North and South America. However, I don't want to we can maybe win the naval game if we invest in it. I think we need to focus on having a smaller navy but a large standing army, which is what historically Germany obviously did in real life in this time period. Well, I guess it's the opposite for Britain. We're just going to be outnumbered naval-wise. Anyway, let's fight this one against the Russians. Our first battle against them as they march into East Prussian territory. Let's welcome them. So we got Maximilian von Pritz or something. Okay. At least the skies are clear for the first battle on the Eastern Front against the Russians. Awesome. Alright, let's move up our artillery pieces. We don't have too many here, which is rather unfortunate. What the hell is with this deploying zone? Okay, a little bit whack. So we've only got 6 artillery pieces, 1 cavalry. So we're looking a little bit lackluster on the arty. And the cavalry as well. We've got a bunch of German infantry and conscripts, which will be used definitely on this flat field, but the German power, might and strength, from my opinion so far, is coming from our superior firepower. Firepower! Oh, God. But our arty, that's where our strengths lie at the moment. But it's interesting that they've launched an invasion here. I was actually quite happy to sort of peace out and chill, to be honest. Quite often, if there's no bloodshed between factions in Total War, no, like, battles back and forth, you can sometimes sue for peace. Because ideally what you'd want to do is not be at war with three major factions, Britain, France, and Russia, because it just makes things so hard. Trying to focus a war on multiple fronts, three technically. But if you can like focus on France, get rid of them, then declare war one at a time, it just makes it so much easier. But so far, the Russians haven't set up their arty, and we're starting off the offensive well. However, this battle's going to be a little bit different, as we want to try and inflict maximilian casualties while essentially taking very little losses, because this is pretty much it. We're gonna have very little military investment in the east until we can secure that French territory and we can send war funds over. So we've really got to make it count here. About a 55-60% in our favour. We're starting to show their position well. The Russians are advancing. I will try and keep my one cavalry unit alive where we can. But they just seem to be clustering up, which is annoying. They're doing that thing where they go back and forth. Unfortunately, it looks like the AI shit the bed. Oh no, they're going... Oh, they're coming back. You know when they like cluster up like that? They just like... They don't know if they're going forward, back, or what are they doing. The Russian general's there. Just getting shelled. We've just outmatched the AI battle-wise so far, but at least they were making the decision to advance, risk the charge, or at least sit back instead of going back and forth here. Because them doing this is actually making it worse for them, being indecisive. Because they're just at the end of the day running around like headless chickens here. As more time they're indecisive, going back and forth, it just gives our German engineers more time to rain down. Oh no. What's this? Ah, far out, man. I thought they've patched that shit. I think we've had a game crash. Hang on. Well, it does look like game crashes are still present, which is super annoying because we were winning that one. So... luckily the recording didn't get corrupted. I would have been furious. But we'll go in again. Oh, that's annoying. Oh, God, that's close. Yeah, but we were going to win that. Now we have to force the auto-resolve. Because for whatever reason, that battle crashes there. Okay, hopefully that's not the sign of things to come. But yeah, I don't know if it was my old PC or maybe it was the recording software. But like, I do remember crashing being an issue. But I feel like crashing is more present in Darth mod even than like some of the Rome 2 mods. Anyway, out of my own curiosity, I was try and see if a piece out there rejected. After destroying a full stack. Alright, back over in France. They are starting to dig in here. So they've got another 5 units there. So we're going to have to be a little bit careful in our advance. We might be able to capture that small army there. Like if I move you here... is the cavalry unit in range? Yeah, that's sometimes what you need to do as well in this mod. You do need to get the generals to march out. Okay, so there might be a rebellion there, but we'll see how we go. Okay, there's a fair few forces there. We should be able to quell any rebellion anyway, though. Alright, well, unfortunately it's time to end the video here. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you've enjoyed episode 1 of the Great War Mod, playing as Germany, the German Empire, playing as the Kaiser. So far, the Kaiser's playing very good. he's doing well, I guess. So, stay tuned for episode 2 coming out tomorrow as we try and throw back some of the Ruskies in Prussia So it's great that a little bit of conflict and fighting has broken out over there. We might actually just have to hold back in Königsberg. But so far, we're doing incredibly well on the west. We're slowly but surely dividing, conquering the French. And we want to try and make a play now for France's central core territories. We want to try and capture and control Paris. Currently have a stack and a bit on the east in Königsberg in East Prussia. We managed to destroy a Russian full stack in the last episode, and they're slowly just drip feeding military forces and assets over there. Most of the German Empire's battalions, divisions and armies are occupied on the western front, where there are full stacks in operation. Unfortunately, we've had a huge rebellion here, which is annoying, as we look to push to have the siege of Reams, which is going to make us just that one step closer to taking Paris. But yeah, at the moment, I would say that the balance of power for this war is going in favor of the Central Powers compared to that of the Allies. Okay, we're going to have to move this artillery up here because that army actually couldn't take Reims by itself, which is annoying. But anyway, we'll fight this one, the Battle of Reims. It's going to be another big one. So far, we've destroyed 2 French full stacks. So technically, we've been intercepted here. So it's not going to be the siege. Alright, I guess it's an open field battle of Reims. But, I don't know, it looks like we're actually besieging it there, technically, I guess. But anyway, let's get things underway. So far for this series, we've been using our superior German firepower. And hopefully, we continue to use it and continue to get more winning results and continue on with winning ways. Alright, this is movie here, looking at the topography of this battle map, nice and flat, which is exactly what we want, and we should be able to absolutely rain hellfire down upon the French. Cavalry wise, looking quite thin and green around the gills. My cavalry has been destroyed in this campaign. You just don't really need it. Oh no, why are you moving back? Ah! Oh, far out. We've got to be careful here. Might be a little bit of friendly fire. But I've been thoroughly enjoying the Great War mod. Testing on through. We're going from, I would essentially say, a mostly mobile army doctrine while focusing on superior artillery and firepower support against the French. We're digging in the trenches, and we're basically just using our firepower to win these battles in the early game. Once we sort of make our way to the mid, we're going to be able to get better quality artillery, heavier mortars, heavier guns, which would be awesome. There's Reams in the background. But the French seem to be advancing, and we're continuing to shell upon their position. They do have some of their own artillery, as shell and shrapnel and debris goes flying through a man and a horse there. Oh my god. Mein Gott! We're doing so well. So once we get to the mid-game, we're going to be able to get barbed wire, trenches. We might even get access to very early and light tanks, which I can't wait. And then we get flamethrowers and gas sort of towards the ends. And then the heavier battle tanks. So let me know in the comments, guys, tips and tricks. Great War mod connoisseurs. I'd like to know your feedback and suggestions. And also, this Germany campaign will end in the future at some point with either the destruction and defeat of the Central Powers and abdication of the Kaiser. I hope not. Or it's going to end in a Central Powers victory. And we'll need to start a new campaign. So let me know. Should I play as Britain on this brand new version, 6.0? It's been a while. My last series I did on this was like 6-7 years ago or whatever. That was with Britain. So maybe I should play someone else. Maybe play as France. Try to defend liberty, democracy, and freedom. Or maybe we could, I don't know, go full-blown monarchist and join the Kaiser. Bring back Napoleon. Maybe play as the Italians. try to reinvigorate and bring back the fascismo Italian Roman war machine. Or he plays the Austro-Hungarians. That'd be quite fun. As my grandfather was born in Austria, I did play... Last time I played Austria was Empire, and that was a lot of fun. Essentially just trying to... I remember that campaign. Like trying to adopt Germany's colonial policies. Like they had in the Belgian Congo, sort of down that way and around the world and stuff. But do it with Austria and try and get their own. I believe it took Texas. Like it was like Austrian... We called it like Austria, Texas. Get it? Austin, Texas. God, that was stupidly funny. But so far, absolute carnage is happening in this battle as the French are slowly but surely pushing up, and looks like we're trading rifle fire as well with the French infantry coming up against ours. But thanks with artillery support and our own infantry, we're smashing our way on in. But yeah, let me know tips and tricks and strategy. I'd really much appreciate it, because I do want to sink my teeth in it and dive into a lot of campaigns on this, because I'm just having so much fun. Like, it's so enjoyable so far. But maybe feedback and suggestions are more quite specific to the faction as well. Could play as the Ottomans. That might be quite fun. To be fair, it actually might be quite hard to play as them, because they're not as big as you'd think, because they're kind of like... They're Middle Eastern sort of... like, Ankara is quite small in this. Like, I'm pretty sure Greece is independent. You'd really have to push up towards the Balkans. You might even need to push up into the Crimea as well. But so far, basically bringing... The AI that I've noticed, particularly against the French here, they've only seemed to bring 4, maximum 5 artillery pieces per army. So if you have your main assault army, which does the attacks and pushes on the offensive, if you can get that above 5, you're laughing. Particularly with the range, which is crazy in this mod, and with the firepower and reloading, and with unlimited ammunition, you will win by just a sheer matter of attrition over time. Like, our guns will outshoot you and blast you away. And then if you rush at our infantry, you're just going to get trashed. But just speeding things up here now. Not the most tactically difficult battle. There's been very few chances we've had to pivot and rotate. But this is trench warfare in World War I. Not the most crazy. Sort of sit back and just bombing. But we're doing well. Now, what's a massive problem for the French here is they're just getting obliterated in no man's land here. Oh my god. We're just shredding them through. Yeah, because of the reinforcements, they're coming in one at a time, which is just not helping them. Oh my god, look at the absolute craters here on the battlefield. We've got the surface of the moon here in France. But so far, we're doing quite well. We're being hyper-aggressive on the Western Front. This will be the third and the third French full stack being destroyed. You got to give it to the French. They do have the they've got a decent amount of manpower matching with the Germans. Just tactically, we're outbeating them. We're taking our time. We're being slow and methodical on the battlefield. But getting into the positions, we're blitzkrieging the territory. Brussels has fallen to the Germans, thanks to the famed Schlieffen Plan. And we are really taking our time in Russia. Only fought 1 full stack at Königsberg. But I would imagine that there's going to be more fierce fighting and resistance over there, as they seem to want to take and control East Prussia and, well, I guess, unite the Ushers. Russia, Prussia, get it? Alright, we're just smashing the French here. We're just out shooting them, coming in one at a time. And then we're going to be able to capture Reams. Fantastic, General Staff. Another good and decent victory. Okay, we might need to advance here now, actually. Because they're actually out of range. Look, you know what? We've been sitting back quite a bit. We've played like 4 battles in the last episode. I think we'll march up here, because looking at the terrain here, there's a bit of a funnel here, and there's some elevated high ground. I want to see how our German infantry do on the open battlefield. Because what we're going to have to do is we're actually going to have to move our arty, because they've actually caught it on here, which is quite smart. They've stopped sending forces into that no man's land. So I might have to send my cavalry to that position. And we're going to advance. So this is actually turning into a second battle here. We're going to have to get that artillery attached back on to the horse and cart and then move on up. And now we're actually caught here. So we might actually lose a bit of casualties here as we push, because they are actually defending against us now as we look to move and rotate. That's interesting that they've decided to hit in there. Oh my god, my infantry's getting shelled to buggery here. Because normally, like, in a World War I game, we would be traversing the trenches and not being so up on the top of the open field. But I would imagine it would be nigh impossible to have trenches, like, scattered throughout. Okay, so they've actually responded here by moving up some infantry. Now, this is going to be tough because we've actually got no support, so we're actually going to have to try and face them. Shooting them from multiple vectors of attack is probably the play. Come on, German infantry, you just need to hold that little bit longer before we get artillery support. But the French, oh my god, are actually smashing us here. We have managed to snipe an enemy general, which is awesome. But you got to give it to the French here. They know if they lose Reams, this will be their first piece of territory loss to the Germans. And then Paris. And Paris will potentially fall in only a matter of time. But I think we're just getting the angles on them here. We're losing a bit just because we're standing so close to potential artillery bombardments. But, oh my god, even like the trash tier, like tier 1 infantry is good. Well, I wouldn't even say it's trash tier. What you would consider trash tier in Total War, like early on, like in other Total Wars, is actually not too bad. Like, all the units are really quite strong in the Great War mod. Alright, we're advancing here, but we're taking pretty significant losses, and it looks like we're going to lose 1 German infantry unit here. One's falling, and we might even lose a second as the cavalry comes on in. Oh, they're retreating there. Pushing up to that position has been quite costly. We are now in artillery range. Not all of them are there perfectly in a line, but we'll quickly get them ready just to bomb into that forest, set a waypoint, and just absolutely hammer anything that comes out of that forest. Because that's where the last of the French resistance are. Yeah, okay, boys. Start absolutely raining hellfire, fellas. That's what we want to see. Alright, make sure you're on limber. There we go. Alright, fire into that. And that should turn the tide of this last little offensive. So we won the first battle here, but we actually managed to sustain some serious losses and casualties as we advance. So even if you guys wanted to see a more mobile infantry moving and advancing and progressing German army, like trying to make it more like trying to adopt even like Napoleon line battle tactics doesn't seem to be working in this mod. Because if you get caught, you just trade so hard. Like, we've lost a lot of infantry here. What's really making the difference is who has the artillery firepower. The 31st Infantry here against the French. The infantry are just trading back and forth. But it's the artillery that's making the difference. Oh my god. This has been one of my favourite battles of the series so far. It's divulged into two conflicts, really. The first initial wave, and then this secondary French forest defensive. It's also just a really good example of how fallible we are if we don't have artillery pieces. So really, I'm going to need it to be imperative that we get artillery, prioritize that over everything. It's just so valuable. Although we do have a bunch of pre-army builds that we started the campaign with that were generated, which are mostly infantry. So yeah, I guess we just need to focus on getting the coin and money to get artillery pieces, and basically just trying to protect it as well as best we can. Alright. So even with artillery support, we're still struggling to get clean and concise shots at the last of the French here in the forest. I think that actually might be due to just the amount of foliage and protection they've had in there. Because we've actually had to advance our infantry through the tree line to win that one. Feed the guns with war bonds and the help to end the war. Ammunition. I need ammunition, I don't need a ride. What a great quote. Anyway, great victory, and we should be able to march into Reams with impunity. The field guns picking up most of the kills, as always. Okay, so we will need to address the Belgium rebellion. And we've got two other armies here. So I do want to try and officially take Reams. Now, movement can be an issue with artillery. Like, hang on. There should be a There should be a cavalry or a general unit here that can actually take it. There we go. That'll do, I guess. Alright, victory. Alright, let's move you back to Brussels. Might just need to protect the general here. Maybe move him to the port or something. There we go. Just need to watch out for that. Yeah, so even though we won there again, it's just these interceptions that we're taking advantage of. Come on, who's got movement? One of you must have. I want to officially walk and march into Reams. Maybe you have a movement? Like, there's a movement. I don't know why. It's like, there we go. There was a fair few units that have movement there. They just couldn't go on in. Alright, and we can't liberate or vassalize Reams, but we'll occupy it. Now, this is our first piece of territory in France. I am curious if they want peace. No. I think it's just two historical grievances that they're just never going to accept any of the major powers. Obviously, in total war, if you win a couple battles against a faction, quite often they want peace. But I think, because I went with historical AI focuses, that's not going to be necessarily the case. During the Entente phase, Russia has moved up more military forces to East Prussia. But a hell of a fight going in France. We've nearly had to destroy, what, 10,000 Frenchmen to take Reims. They've got they had most of their military forces there. And to conquer the settlement, it's been easier said than done. Alright. Oh, they actually come in here. Oh my god, that's an insane army. What? Oh, we're not going to win that. We've got no artillery. They have 4 mortars. But that's still better than nothing. Yeah, that's what annoys me. The only thing about the Great War mod is you do have to be a little bit slow in your advancement like that. We really should have waited in Belgium. Now we've lost it instantly, which is annoying. Like, I have no problem with rebellions happening, but when the rebellion spawns better quality equipment and infantry than the faction actually has before, that's my problem with it. It's just due to the religious problems of instability, so you do have to turtle quite a bit. Anyway, let's get rid of this Russian force here that's besieging East Prussia. So far, we've actually been a little bit on the defensive here on the Eastern Front. We've destroyed a full stack. Now we're going to deal with the secondary one. I wonder if the Ruskies will give us more of a fight than the French. I'm advancing a bit. Why is the battlefield tilted like this? That's alright. The most fierce fighting is happening on the west in theatre, while things are starting to, well, hotten up, let's say, in the cold north. But yeah, I do believe, yeah, maybe we can't sue for peace with the Allied powers due to the historical thing we clicked on, which is kind of annoying that it's full-on brick diplomacy. But I guess it's kind of realistic. You want it to be the full scale of World War I, but in the same boat, the Germans bloody lost. So we don't want to repeat history. That's not the point of this Sandbox Germany campaign. We want to restore the monarchies around Europe, and then I guess, I don't know, what are the Kaiser's motivations? I guess it would be that, and basically just getting tribute from the various monarchies. We're bringing them back. Bring them back and just take the cream off the top. Alright, here's the German infantry on the east. Okay, so this army has 6 pieces of artillery, so that should be enough to outfire any enemy Russian opposition. As the first volley sounds out. Yeah, we haven't even really needed to advance in East Prussia too much. The Russians have just been hightailing it in. Now we do have to be a little bit careful on this eastern side in our troop movements, because once it hits winter here, it's incredibly harsh. Attrition is kind of insane in this game. So there's a lot of key defensive areas, bridges, rivers, and points of interest on the Eastern Front. But it's the weather conditions that are going to really cost us here. So the plan is, we're blitzkrieging France. Once we take a lot of territory, we're going to be able to spend the rest of the war chest on the east. Like, we want to try and maintain our military upkeep and any units we lose on the west, but just at the moment, the German army, you start off with like 5, 6 full stacks, 4 to 5 of which realistically is on the west, while there's not too many on the east. So you do have to be quite careful and meticulous in your movement and your approach on the east if you're playing as Germany, because the Russians just outnumber you so much. They seem to be charging you with some cavalry, looking for a brave Tsar cavalry charge. What I'm hoping for as well is a civil war between the white Tsarist Russians and the Reds. Hopefully Mr. Lenin can show up soon. But I think I know you can obviously do that as the human player. If you... Oh, I can't even remember how you do it now. There's a way to cheese it and bring the Soviet Union into World War I really early on. Like at 1914. Something to do with a rebellion or letting the letting the rebels take your capital or something. That was something like that. I need to remember how to do it again. But I'm pretty sure the AI can have a civil war and have it happen to them. I could be wrong. I still don't even know if the Yanks show up. Which I'd hope so. Okay. So at the moment, we're just trading back and forth a little bit. Look at the map. 8 of our bunkered in German positions are getting shelled. But, this is dreadful. Why have they done that? The first 5 battles of this series have actually been alright, but this one's been a bit suspect. Why have they done that? I only can think that the AI is calculating that they don't want to charge because they'll lose. They don't want to sit back, so they're just like clustering up here and they're stuck in a movement. If we can hit this, this would be insane. Just focus all the shelling in the center there. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, dude, if we had some like late game firepower. Boosh. Or, can you remember in Shogun 2, there's like the naval ability where you can like get shots off? Oh, dude, that was so insane. Yeah, kind of playing this makes me think I should play For All the Samurai. God, that's a good game. There's even mods in that as well that you can play as. Oh, we're getting hit here a bit with my cavalry. Oh my god, oh my god! Yeah, I don't know if cavalry is very good in this mod. To be fair, cavalry for me is not the best at the best of times. I quite often lose a lot of cavalry casualties because I just use them. I send them in. I try to use them as best as I can. Cavalry commanders do get slaughtered quite a bit on the channel. But yeah, like even in that I think you can play as France and Britain. There's a mod for it. Not on For the Samurai straight up, but yeah, maybe I should go back to that. That'd be quite cool though. If you have a navy nearby, you could get like artillery support in from the ship. But at the moment, look at the balance of power. It's actually not in our favour for whatever reason. I am looking to try and wrap some cavalry in and around. But at the moment, I think my artillery is actually struggling a bit. I don't know what's going on. Maybe just the range. Maybe the angle of the battlefield slightly isn't conducive to high output of artillery strikes in this one. I don't know. Maybe I need to diversify up some of the firing patterns to best use and utilize the arty. I don't know. This is a tough one. I thought I'd be sort of progressing a bit better. But maybe it's just the Russians holding once again in stoic resilience. Oh my god. A cold people. Particularly on the battlefield. In this battle. Oh my god. I'm trying to advance with my cavalry and they're just getting minced. Like, look at that. They are... Oh, here we go. We might be able to get in here now. There we go. Oh no, we've got some Russians just getting their rifle fire off there. Yeah, they're gone. Oh my god, I'm actually going to lose the full division. Oh my god. Oh, that was not the play. Yeah, like, I was kind of moving it around a bit. Got an artillery piece coming in. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'll just try with the cavalry, but I guess once we're out, we're out. There's no point in putting too much money into it. I got an artillery piece coming in. Now it's swung into about 65-70% in our favour. maybe the engineers were drunk. maybe their firing arcs have all been messed up. What's 77 plus 33? 100. Wait, no, that's not it. We got the math wrong.
Glorious victory.
And it like overshoots the shot. Oh my god. They're coming back in here now. So we did manage to, just looking at the debris and bodies there, we did manage to actually clip a fair few in that cluster. But not as much as I would have liked. Alright. I made the decision to advance. To be fair, these guys are getting shredded a bit. We're not necessarily winning. But we're not losing either. As the Russians look to take Prussia in this offensive. Are we the baddies? I don't even know. Oh, they're actually trying to match us here. We actually might lose the infantry fight in this one. Just form that up to make it a bit nicer. Oh, I thought they were a lot worse off. Okay. Oh, I might have made a mistake here. Because I've just got that French battle in my memory. No, they're whittled enough. Okay, so the artillery has really freshened up the infantry. We've had to advance into the second phase of the fight. And it looks like in a rifle exchange, the Germans, under the reign of the Kaiser, are going to win this one out, I think. Alright. There we go. They're going to capitulate now. A heroic victory. Crikey. Oh my god, is that Odin? Couple cool looking backgrounds as well. They've really done well on the art aspect. And artillery getting the win again. And Prussia lives another day. Well, Eastern Prussia. Okay, so got a bit of cash left. Time to go back into our industry a bit. We've also unlocked some techs to get just better quality food and infrastructure and buildings as well, because now we're at a stage where we've got a little bit of cash money free to invest in the economy. So we definitely want to do and capitalize on that at some point. Alright, well, it's time to wind things down here. We're just going to try and run down the last of the Russian resistance here in East Prussia, and I would like to advance maybe to Lithuania and Latvia, but I don't know. We'll see how we go. We just need more forces here. But at the moment, we're taking out like a 1v1. If they're going to trickle 1v1, we can 1v1 any Russian that comes against us. We'll be fine. Just need to keep my reconnaissance plane flying around Minsk and Lithuania just to give some line of sight and give us a bit of warning not to overextend if the Russians are coming. And we've still got to focus on the Western Front. Anyway, thank you very much for watching. Hope you've enjoyed today's episode. A little bit of a grind. It was a hard-fought battle for Reams, and obviously in the East as well. No territorial trading just yet. Austria not doing too bad. Yeah, the Ottomans aren't even that big. I need to say this more often, but yeah, I wouldn't be where I am as a YouTuber without you guys' support. So thank you. I really appreciate everything you've done for me. Alright, let's get stuck into the campaign. I'm having so much fun with this campaign as well. It's been an absolute blast. Literally, the field artillery has just been absolutely destroying French military assets left, right and centre. And we are doing so well as the Germans on the Western Front. Oh, Britain declares North Sea military area. Okay, so that means they're going to just start absolutely ruling the waves and trying to destroy any ships in their territorial waters. I wonder if that's a threat because the German Navy's nearby. Okay, so back over in the east, we do have more artillery and units being recruited, because we do have the financial capacity now, and we can upgrade our military buildings here as well. I do want to try and get better quality artillery on the Eastern Front. We can actually afford to invest on the Eastern Front now due to the amount of money we've managed to gain from taking Reams and, well, previously Belgium before. But we're going to make our second attempt to retake Brussels, but man, rebellions in this game are so harsh. It's a little bit annoying. But look, I've mentioned this before. I don't mind rebellions. It's just that it annoys me when they spawn an army that was better than what Belgium originally had at the start of this. But we should be able to take them out with ease now. I am nearly tempted to liberate, but I think we just need to be a little bit slow and methodical in approach. It's just because of the divisions between the Catholic and Protestant sectors in Belgium. So we might just need to keep a garrison there before we march on into southern France. We just need a bit slower in our capturing and conquering. The Battle of the Falklands. Fierce fighting has broken out in South America, just south of Argentina. Oh, wow. Okay, we've had another rebellion here. A rebellion? That's what we're going to call it now. A rebellion in Belgium. I guess that's a brilliant machination of words here. What's that, a rebellion? No, it's not a rebellion. It's a rebellion. Oh, God, that's stupid. Anyway, we've got the Christmas truce going on, and we're going to get rid of the Belgians. We're going to get rid of Belgium military forces on Christmas Day. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I wouldn't put it past the Kaiser. It's late December now. 1914 still. And we're both still fighting with pretty early military equipment and tactics. The war hasn't changed overly too much just yet. Because between, like, what is it, 1915 to 16, the war changed to tanks and gas and U-boats and stuff. So it's crazy to see how, like, the war started and how it ended in the end. So, oh, looks like they're just attacking me here. Well, good. They have no self-preservation. They're just suicide into me. We'll get rid of them. Perfect. Hopefully that's the last amount of rebellions. Dude, they've spawned 3 full stacks here. It's kind of mad. Got to give it to them. They're giving us a hell of a fight. Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to leave here soon. Alright, back over in the east, the Russians are pushing in winter. Look at that, man. The amount of attrition they're getting as well. But we've already destroyed 2 armies here. We're just turtling up in East Prussia. But what I'd like to see in this campaign, like, what would it be awesome is having, like, other world theaters, you know? Like, around the world. Oh, what's this? Join war against the kingdom. Am I technically not at war with them? Or maybe they've come back? I don't know. They haven't been conquered just yet. I'll join the war if you give me some tech for it, Austria-Hungary. But yeah, the point I was making, you forget how many other theatres the war is going on in World War One, especially in Africa. It's actually insane. Okay, so I actually think the Turks are going to give us some more tech. Well, I'm definitely going to accept that then. Like, we're so far away from Serbia, it just doesn't matter. Alright, so another Russian army's come up here. We should be able to absolutely decimate it in this interception. But you forget, Germany has so many overseas colonies. Like, there's like, isn't there like Southwest Africa? Didn't they have like modern Kenya and stuff? Alright, back over on the Western Front. I'm ready and I'm mobilized an offensive of Paris. So, we currently have 3 full stacks ready to push against the French capital to try and claim the Eiffel Tower and the Arc de Triomphe. And hopefully, the Germans, for the Kaiser, can take it. We do have 2 full stacks in reserve in Reams, Champagne, and back in Brussels, Belgium as well. The Crown Prince, along with the Butcher of Bavaria, is with him. And we've got the Duke of Württemberg garrisoning Brussels as well, which seems to have come firmly under our control after a little bit of Catholic resistance more than anything. Right, back over here now. The Russians have managed to bunker in after winter, and I think it's time for an Eastern Front autumn offensive. Now, thanks to getting more funds for the war machine in Brussels and Reams, we were actually able to recruit better quality artillery on the Eastern Front. So we're going to be able to make a charge here with Maximilian, and we can change up our army build slightly as well. We've been quite passive and calm. We've been flying reconnaissance planes over Lithuania, over Latvia and Minsk, and we've just been identifying any Russian forces that come into East Prussia, and we've been decimating them as well, which has been good. And now we're throwing another army out there. Alright, I think it's time for the Siege of Paris. Let's march on in. And we can't demand the surrender. This is going to be nearly once everyone gets in, a 10,000 man... Oh, okay, it's like... so that's 9,700-ish. Okay, we've got more infantry coming as well. We're going to have a massive, an epic 10,000 man battle for Paris. For Paris. Okay, I just wanted to show you guys as well. Actually, in East Prussia, we've unlocked the recruitment of super heavy siege artillery, which is awesome. So we've got some of the best artillery coming out of East Prussia now due to those investments. Self-determination we're currently going into, along with rifle scopes and heavy mortar capabilities and replenishment as well. So we're getting to the stage we might be able to get mid-tier artillery pieces, which would be fantastic. But anyway, I've been wanting to play this one. Let's have the battle for Paris. 1915, still firmly under French control. The Germans make the assault for the French capital. Alright, unfortunately it's currently pouring down with rain in Paris, and we've actually hit that I've been wanting to do for a while, get my peak optimal army build. A full-on artillery doom stack. So, we currently have, what is that? 3, 6, 9, I don't even know how much, 13 pieces of field artillery, and then a siege cannon as well. We've only got 1 unit of cavalry, which is better than nothing. I'm not even recruiting cavalry at the moment. We're just going on a full-on howitzer construction. Artillery doctrine blitzkrieg in the recruitment-wise. We've only got 5 units as well. That should be enough to stop any cavalry or anything charging at my position. But hopefully and ideally, we should be able to absolutely annihilate, obliterate, vaporize anything that comes near us. And already, these big bad puppies are in range. They don't have the best reloader capacity, the heavy artillery here, but they've got the range and the firepower. And I can't wait to see what the super heavies look like as well. Looks like we're going to be testing them out against the Ruskies though, before we get to in France. But you got to give it to the French. They've given us a hell of a fight this series. Look, I thought the adoption of, well, we're doing it a bit earlier, but of the Blitzkrieg and the Schlieffen Plan would have made the capitulation of France through Belgium a lot quicker, but fierce resistance has broken out. I'm actually going to advance with my infantry here. Just looking at the terrain, there's actually a bit of a choke point there brilliantly. Due to the topography of the battle map, we can probably move up slightly. We've actually been quite lucky that there's some narrow corridors here, and it's actually going to make really good use of our limited infantry capacity now that I've opted to go for artillery. So we're going to have to slightly move. I'm surprised they're actually not in range, because every other fight we've had in this series, my artillery has been in range from the get-go. Potentially the French know about our... Well, they bloody know now about our artillery doctrine, but in this fight, I guess they sat back and were like, okay, we're going to need to if we're going to survive this one. So we'll move up a couple 100 yards, and then once we're in position, we shall unlimber, and then try and go for another decent amount of volleys. So Ollie fire at will, yep, and it does look like the artillery is in range. Give them hell, boys. Oh my god. Continue on the shelling. And already, if you look at the battle map there, that's nearly the entire army getting hit at least. That's fantastic. Alright, let's go and have a look at the French position. How are they holding? Oh, a little bit of foliage protection, maybe even a bit of ground here. Oh my god, we've managed to knock out nearly 0.5% of them, but carnage is the word that comes to mind. That's just been hit on the French position here, as we've further expanded upon our artillery capacity, and we've neutralized theirs at the back. Oh my god, this is like 95% in our favor. Crazy. Giving Wilhelm the command. Now there is a way. I'm pretty sure if you press insert on your keyboard, you can look. I thought, what's the button? I need to figure it out. I'm pretty sure there's a button in the Great War mod and in Napoleon that you can like follow the bullets of stuff. They have that in, I thought it's insert. Or maybe it's home or something, I don't know. They have it in Shogun too. And in obviously Attila, it's insert on your keyboard in Attila. But so far, it doesn't seem like the rain and potentially treacherous conditions have really affected the Germans here, because we are still quite calmly and competently continuing to hit the dug-in and entrenched French position. Hopefully, Paris doesn't give us as much resistance as Belgium, but you would imagine that they would. The French and their La Resistance. I can only imagine it'd be quite annoying. That actually, like, imagine that was like in Hearts of Iron, they've obviously got the mechanic like that. There goes the last French artillery piece, but yeah, I wonder if they're going to be more encouraged and they get like bonuses for resistance. That'd be quite cool. But it's only a matter of time before the last of the French infantry here are going to be no more. They ain't holding on from this. Unfortunately, some of the artillery pieces here are actually clipping the hill. There's like 30 boys cowering behind that rock. I'd be worried about boulders and debris hitting us there. They do have some French cavalry on the left, which seems to be standing, but we are just absolutely making the fields of Paris like craters on the moon. Look at that, man. There's so many of them. Oh my god. There's so much like visual clutter and flashes there. We've got heat rays. We've just got various shrapnel bombardments. We've got rain coming down as well. Oh my god. Alright, so it seems to be that only one artillery piece is actually in range. We are hitting them. We've got more of these guys on the east at the moment. We've just been able to... I think there's actually larger and more close proximity of cities actually in Prussia than there is in Strasbourg, which probably makes sense. Obviously being previously the Prussian Empire. But, yeah. I just sort of was thinking, like, we've actually had more artillery and better quality artillery being recruited in Prussia than we have over here. It just takes a little while for artillery to come from Germany, I guess. Alright, some of these units are in range. I might just charge this because that's it. Instead of packing up the artillery, Moving it across. I think I might just speed things up and save time. I might even get my general... There are some artillery pieces still hitting it just, but they're out of range. So, although artillery range in this is awesome, like you can nearly just go across the whole battlefield, sometimes, depending on how large the battlefield is, they're not always guaranteed to be in range. So, we definitely want to try and get artillery that has crazy range. But I'm sure as well as the war goes on, other of the allied powers will eventually get better quality equipment. Oh, hang on, have I been deceived here slightly? Oh crap, hang on. As the French cavalry fights the Germans, there's been a couple units pop up there. Are they hiding in the forest here? Oh no, where'd they go? Well, they're there. They do have a decent amount. I thought we basically destroyed them. Oh no, my cavalry's just been melted there. Uh-oh. There's two there. Oh my god, we've actually been caught there. Oh my god, I've been baited. Oh no. Yikes. I've only got a limited amount of men. I thought they only had 2 units left, just looking at the balance of power. Oh shit indeed, boys. There's a couple units hiding in the forest. How pathetic is that? Never expect the French Inquisition. Oh my god. Where'd they come from? They've full on gone guerrilla warfare. I kind of respect that actually. Okay, I've got some reinforcements coming on here. We're going to actually need them. Oh, thankfully my artillery's in range. Yeah, they were hiding. Bloody dogs. Trickery to dogs. Now my infantry's getting kind of trashed a bit because they have to trade. Oh, but as soon as they come out of that forest, playing Robin Hood men in tights back there, and they're getting absolutely smashed by the artillery. Wow. Yeah, there's another one there as well. I don't know if they necessarily outplayed me. I just didn't count how many units there were. That was it. I was just like, they just spawned units there out of nowhere. They spawned out of holes in the ground. Surprise, motherfucker. Like, out of nowhere. Oh my god. There we go. Surprise. We're the French. Yeah, now that we can see them, we're just like smashing them now that we're identifying these. There's another, yeah, maybe there's more in there. As if they were doing that. That's funny as. Is there more? Where are these guys coming from? You gotta give it to the French. Even in defeat. They're doing just nonsense. Oh my god. Yeah, there we go. That should be it. Oh my... I'm gobsmacked at that. That they had so many hiding in that little forest. Feed the guns. Buy national war bonds. Alright. Oh my god, we just trashed them big time. And the field cannons getting a couple hundred each as always. Perfect. And now Paris has capitulated. Paris has fallen to the Kaiser. We're going to have to exempt them from tax, and we're going to have to repair these buildings as well. Because the last thing we want is huge and consistent rebellions in Paris. That could really bog us down. But, what is this? Episode 3. We've been playing about a couple of hours today, so... Or so far in the campaign. It's been quite hard to take Paris. We've had to destroy, I don't know, 5 French full stacks, and then because of our issues in Belgium, we've had to, well, deliberately, like my issue that I caused in Belgium with the rebellions, destroy another 3. Okay. Right, we might want to try and... That's the thing, as we start taking territory, we want to try and root out the French Navy. Because we want to make sure these ports are under our control so we can get trade going and flowing. Alright, we're looking good. Every single day we're going to be able to bring more reinforcements to Paris as we look to bunker and lock down the city. So we've pushed on over the huge trench that would have been from like... Where was it? It was like from the north, from Calais or whatever. Like it actually went right down to Strasbourg near sort of Switzerland and stuff. The Russians are still here. Thankfully we've got a bunch of artillery pieces and we've got more units coming. We just need to throw them out here from the warehouse again and we'll continue going. We might be able to have a proper offensive here. We have marched out from East Prussia, but at the moment we've just sort of been battling in and around the fields. Okay, so this will be the third Rush, or maybe the second full stack, sort of fourth army we've destroyed. And look, we're doing well in the east now. We might have enough to actually make a push and a play for a settlement. At the moment, we just haven't had the manpower. Speaking of the manpower, just having a look, ours has dropped quite a bit, while Russia's, France, and maybe Britain's has grown to some extent. But overall, they still dwarf me in military, outnumbering me 3-1. Oh, look at this. We can actually get trade with Italy. Still currently neutral. I don't know how long that's going to last. Especially with historical... like AI focuses. Historical focus is the best way to describe it. Yeah, so they're probably not gonna... Yeah, we can't even, like, bring them in at all. I guess that's realistic. Paris falls. German soldiers on horseback outside the Arc de Triomphe. And looks like French forces have fled back a bit. However, a rebellion seems imminent. Ah, here we go. Italy has attacked Austro-Hungary, bringing in France and me. Ah, we only just got trade with them as well. You give us spaghetti, we give you schnitzels. Pfft, these schnitzels are shit. And now we've had a rebellion in France. Oh my god. Didn't Boris say something like that? We'll give you Tim Tams, we'll give you penguins, whatever. That's what I was thinking and referencing between Australia and Britain. That was last year, talking about trade. Looks like the Tsar isn't really committing full forces now. He's just sort of trickling in like small little reconnaissance forces. The Tsar's little green men, I guess. Sending him to do some operations in Prussia. Bloody brilliant. Alright. Let's need to keep an eye on over here. This is complicated things, because what's that? 1, 2, 3. I think that's 3 full stacks they've spawned. Ugh, I did give you guys a bit of a warning. The rebellions are incredibly harsh in this, but I guess it's realistic as well. You do want to... It is quite hard to conquer modern cities, just because of the amount of potential resistance and combatants that are going to arise to fight for the freedom of their city and to a larger extent their country. The French are no exception. But so far we're actually like doing quite well and getting rid of them. Right, let's send you out here. It's actually probably not a bad idea to actually have units that have more manpower to garrison. That always was bad. In Paris, while we have the artillery be the aggressor. It is going down though, as we're getting rid of those rebellion forces. Maybe we just need to do that. Maybe to get the public order like back on track, we just need to get rid of the French and destroy them, destroy their armies. I don't know. Maybe. The auto resolves are a bit harsh here. I don't like fighting rebellions manually if I can avoid it, because I feel like they've cheated spawning them in. I'm going to auto-resolve. It's not like we haven't played a lot of battles against the French. It's the most out of any faction. We probably played 5. It's mostly just been between us and the Russians. The British have yet to land in France, which is interesting. You'd think they would. And their navy's been quite passive as well. The centenary of the Battle of Waterloo. I wonder, will that sort of invoke British action on the continent? Here and that, maybe. They might march on over. Okay. So, I think it's time to put up the taxes a bit. I've actually kept it on normal because I haven't seen a benefit for it. But I reckon we can actually put up the nobility tax quite a bit and actually probably not see too much of a difference. Okay, I've actually got a secondary reconnaissance plane now. A specialized spy to have a look at the rest of France. Now, fighting has sort of cooled off a bit in and around the capital, Paris. We are going to make a play for Normandy and try and take Caen. We'll move my spy westward to Brittany as well. So we currently have a full stack in Paris, defending. Everything's been repaired as well from the siege. And we have 2 full stacks pushing with the Crown Prince of Bavaria. With the 2 armies now. And then we've got sort of 2 in reserve further back in Reams and Belgium. So we're still slowly but surely progressing on the Western Front. And we've actually got an opportunity here to intercept the French Navy. They're going to run back. But we're going to be able to fight this one. Actually, look, you know what? I'm going to end the video here. But thank you very much for watching episode 3 of the Great War Mod Germany campaign. We're going to have a naval battle at the start of the next episode. Yeah, we'll play this one against the French. That'll be a lot of fun. It's not the largest force, so it'll give us a bit of a test. Because honestly, I'm not gonna lie, and I'm gonna admit I'm not the best at naval battles. I just haven't had practice and experience with them, and especially on like very hard difficulty, you can stuff things up a lot easier. So maybe I do need to learn. But if they're anything like Napoleon naval battles, we did have a couple in my Napoleon campaign I did as the UK last year. So if they're anything like that, we should be alright. But anyway, stay tuned for episode 4 coming out soon, where we continue conquering France. And look, we might make an offensive on the Eastern Front. I want to try and take some territory. Now that we've got a stronger army built over there, I feel confident that we can try and at least attempt to take some territory. We've managed to take Reams, the city, and thereby getting the coastal port under our control. We did have to kick out the navy that was garrisoning in the port, and thankfully the German flag fleet and the dreadnoughts have intercepted the French. So I'm not gonna lie to you guys, and I'm gonna full on admit that I'm not the best at naval battles, just due to I haven't got the practice. But I think this is the tactic that most people use, and I've found the best benefits in doing so. So I think what you do is you grab all your best ships and you group them up into a singular line, and then what you do, if you've got the numbers and the firepower, you sail on forward at the enemy opposition and then just try and wrap around and then eventually encircle them and make like this, essentially like a huge sort of cylinder thing going. We might as well start a secondary line as well. The only problem is we don't want to just congest the seas with our own ships and the enemy, so we might have to keep that right hand side a little bit just further there to the right. But the war's going well. The Central Powers, I would say, they have the balance of power in our favour. In the last episode, the Italians did join the war, which is going to complicate things. Hopefully, Austria-Hungary can stand, but they are currently surrounded by Italian, Russian, and Balkan forces. well, the Balkans aren't really a problem at the moment. The Baltic isn't really a problem at the moment, as we're sort of up there in East Prussia with a full stack. We're going on the Eastern Offensive now. And obviously in the West, we've managed to take Paris and bring it into the fold. Now, I do believe that ships are hard-coded in the Great War mod, so you will see sails and stuff here from time to time. I actually don't think it's too bad what they've done. They've essentially, like, painted the ships like a steely and hard-looking color. It just looks a little bit weird when you see these 18th century flag ships and sails. But we'll just speed things up as we look forward. Oh, heroic death. Did he get sniped? Oh, he's getting targeted because he's at the front. I could have sworn I put him at the back. Oh, that's annoying. Because I think technically he's probably the flagship, eh? Oh, I swear I put him at the back. I guess it put him at the front and prioritized him when I grouped him again. That's annoying. Okay, but we actually might have an opportunity here if the fleet is quick enough. We do outnumber them ship to ship, as the German fleet might be able to cut on through here. If we can cut off those 4, that might be a huge advantage for the German Navy, as we are fiercely fighting and battling in the British Channel. If we can destroy the French fleet, we might be able to start putting some pressure on the British, battling and fighting and contesting for those supply nodes, because I haven't even bothered investing in my navy nor in continental trade, just due to their doctrine of smashing anything that comes in their territorial waters. And we're just simply outnumbered on the open sea as well. Combine that with Russian and French fleet forces, it's just not worth the investment. We're better off just focusing on our land army, which obviously Prussia, I think even to extent now, we have obviously spent the most of our GDP and money on a standing land army. We rarely go into naval investment. Obviously things did change slightly with the deployment of the U-boat historically, which we might have to do. But so far, this is what we want to try and do. We want to make our way around here, then to start wrapping around and encircling. We might even start encircling here as well. The wind isn't very in our favour though as well. It doesn't seem to be the most clearest day on the high seas. Windy, cold, and a bit desolate, as there might be a ramming opportunity here, potentially. But if we can get them to wrap around, that's what we want. To encircle them, and then you start hitting them from all sides. But unfortunately we might have lost the Admiral if we're not careful. Okay, and we'll just try and swing around there. They're wavering on the other side. Against these 4, they seem to be holding a lot better. But if we're successful here today, we're going to be able to destroy a crucial French fleet. And then we've got our land forces as well, trying to make a play for Normandy, Brittany, and the coastal territory in northern France. I'm so happy in Napoleon that there's just more territory that you can conquer in Napoleon. In Empire, I always felt it underwhelming that conquering, conquering France, because it was just like only a couple provinces. At least in Napoleon, it's some sort of investment, because they went from like having 2 regions in Empire to, what is it, like 6, 7 now? In and around France. But so far we're trading back and forth there. Not doing too bad. We will win this fight, but it's only just the amount of losses. Oh, that's annoying that the general was the first one to get taken out. He just got bowed, which is annoying. Oh, there goes a French ship there, and the French are full on wavering now. So yeah, just making a big U, I think. and encircling is the play. I might give out some attack orders now to make things a little bit more precise, as the column has been collapsed. But we might be able to capture some of the enemy ships here. Ones that don't sit at the bottom of the channel. But there we go, that looks a bit better. There is a little bit of bugging of the sails, but that looks alright. That doesn't look too bad. From my understanding, the ships are the ones that are the hardest coded and one of the most difficult to mod, even more so than the tanks. But not too bad for our first test battle. We only lost one, they lost one, but we destroyed the entire fleet mostly. So we did outnumber them 4-1, and we well deserved the victory. The French fleet sits at the end, so now we've got a new general here, I guess. Or maybe, wait, I thought he got taken out. Maybe he's immortal, I don't know. What was that? I swear he got taken out. Anyway, after that fight, we will have to watch out for the British fleet, I imagine. The independence of Ireland has been called for. Okay. Interesting event. Right, back over in Eastern Prussia. The Russians are still mounting on the pressure in and around Königsberg. But this time around, they haven't actually committed a full stack. We've littered the field with Russian boys. And I still want to try and make an advance, but we just keep on intercepting so many of their military forces and apparatus. The U-28 sea monster. I've never heard about this, really? That's quite funny. What a picture as well. Very quite invoking. Oh, might need to look at that a bit more. Alright, back over on the Western Front. We currently have 4 full stacks in the vicinity of Paris. An army has moved up here. We've got a full stack here with Alexander von Kluck. He is going to push into Caen. We can't demand the surrender of the French forces, but we outnumber them 95-5, and we're going to be able to occupy Normandy. Is under German control. And then what we want to try and do is letter those entire northern beaches with barbed wire. That's what we want. That is a tech and a deployable thing at one point, I guess. The Crown Prince, Wilhelm, is going to march out to help us out. To get rid of that French force looking to retake Paris. But nothing too difficult. A clear-cut auto-resolve. That's 6-7 French full stacks. I wouldn't imagine that they have much more in the south now, as the centre and northern France has fallen. Oh! And Innsbruck has fallen as well to Italy. Oh, that's not good. They're in striking range of Bavaria as we look to make an advancement. Oh, we've also got the super heavy siege howitzer battery. The first one being deployed in the east. Tech-wise as well, we've managed to essentially acquire the 2 French universities of Orleans and Liège as well, and we're still a little way from getting gas warfare and light tanks and a couple others. So we will be able to look to the mid-game equipment soon. We're starting to get a little bit of a taste and a tease of it with that huge howitzer. A rebellion in France again for a this is the second or third time I've lost count. The amount of rebellions we have, we just keep on putting them down. Oh, they're so huge in this mod. Ah, it's so annoying. It's a challenge. Alright, so we're going to continue on the offensive now in Brittany. Alexander von Kluck with the Iron Cross there, and with the Black Eagle trait, is just really decimating and destroying the small northern France garrisons. Alright, nothing too crazy here in Brittany. We all need to keep an eye on how we tax the populace as well. We don't want to be too harsh, but we also want to try and make money at the end of the day. Oh, look at this. A small French reactionary force has actually tried to seize Paris. Yeah, we're going to win this one. Dude, the amount of French forces we've melted away, my god. It's just turning into a little bit of a grind at the moment. Alright, back over in the east, we've actually gone on the offensive. Maximilian is getting in range to potentially take and siege Vilnius in Lithuania. Just looking at the rivers there, is that really is that the geography of Lithuania in real life? I'm not going to lie, I've never been to Lithuania. I don't know what the geography of Lithuania is at all. Mostly forest, I would imagine. But is it like an island there like that? If that's true, obviously you can't. You always have to take Total War and Hearts of Iron 4 geography with a pinch of salt. I know that firsthand because Tasmania is a bit iffy where I'm from. Like the capital is on like the other side of the map of the state where it actually is. But yeah, that actually is not too bad of a defensible position if it is an island there. As we look to press our claim into the Baltic. And we're just going to try and run down the last of the small French rebellion here. Finish off the last of the, well, the well-named La Resistance. Dude, they are really just going for it. They're just trying to take out as many Germans as they can. I'm always open to demand surrender and letting captives go, but yeah, they're coming for us big time. Oh, good. And I think we're actually getting to a point where we're not going to have any more rebellions. Is that how you get rid of public order problems in this game? You just have to kill the resistance, I guess. I guess, I don't fucking know. I guess it makes sense. Because it seems to be working. To be fair, I'd be pissed off if I lost my capital as well. Got to give it to the French. They made it quite hard for us to fight and conquer and take it. Now they're making it even that much harder to hold the city. But France will fall. Alright, well, they do have a little bit of a garrison here in Lithuania. They're just defending so much territory. Like, I think what we'll do is we'll get this army to hold the bridge. I do want to try and get those howitzers in, that's the thing. That's interesting. Because that drew out that garrison. Well, that's good. We've probably just weakened that. We've made it easier to push on into Lithuania if we want anyway. Send the general out just to run them down completely. Oh, well, that's the garrison gone then. Well, can we get anyone in here? Oh, just out of range, I think. That's annoying. We might have to play that one anyway, you never know. Alright, where's my... Oh god, we got a bunch of researchers now. I'm just looking to put my reconnaissance plane just a little bit closer to Minsk in Belarus. Just so we can get line of sight and see. And this should be the last of... third, fourth? I don't even know. The third and final French rebellion in Paris, hopefully. Okay, Alexander von Kluck is pushing down to Bordeaux to try and claim Aquitaine, with probably the best operating German army on the Western Front. We've got two armies here in central France. We're going to make sure to try and go into pincer move to try and take Marseille and Toulouse, and then that's it. The French only have 3 settlements on the mainland. 1 province, probably, technically. Just getting our reconnaissance plane to give us some vital intel. But we already know they got nothing, really. Okay. Back over here in Lithuania, we're going to be able to take our first piece of Russian territory, hopefully. Only a small garrison inside. And we can liberate Lithuania. Bring them to be a country in 1915. But we're not. We're going to have to keep an eye on this army once it turns winter, but this is the most defensible position. We don't want reinforcements coming from Latvia. We could do with another general. 4-star, 3-star. Oh! August von Mackensen. Is he available? Oh god, we need to get him in. Hang on, I'm going to stop some construction. Some poor peasants are going to lose vital infrastructure. There we go. Normandy's going to lose the access to the train. Yeah, how have we not got him in? Oh, maybe you unlock him. Oh, he's awesome. He's an awesome general. Obviously famed for the Prussian Wars. Okay, so we've got a battle down here in Aquitaine. Another easy order resolve. Dude, our chevrons and our artillery is working absolute wonders. Look at that. We're losing minuscule forces as well. And it's mostly infantry, you would imagine. As Bordeaux, the crucial port here in Aquitaine, is about to fall under German control and hands. It's only a matter of time now before France officially falls. A trade agreement with the Kingdom of Spain. That'll be good. If we could get Franco and, well, the fascists in a bit early. The sleeping sickness. Oh my god. That was terrifying. I might have to do some more research on some of these events, because I don't know too much about them. There was the sea monster one, which looked interesting. Dude, they are still attacking Paris. They must have like an AI waypoint set to it, because they are constantly trying to like full on send it into Paris. And another French army litters the field out in the suburbs of France, of Paris. Alright, so Alexander is currently besieging out Toulouse as we can continue our conquest of southern France. Still continuing upon the fantastic initiative we took earlier in the campaign. Only a couple more French forces left. Oh, they've actually besieged me there in East Prussia. That's annoying. We're still holding out in Lithuania, and we can actually officially take the city now. But I did have to send an army back to East Prussia, because it looked like it was going to get pushed. But back in Prussia, yeah. Maybe there's just like waypoints that naturally occur. Oh, we might actually have to play this one. I don't trust that order resolve. Yeah, we'll play this one against the Russians. I kind of feel like we should play a land battle anyway. That's a little bit different. That kind of needs to be played. Last thing I want is to lose Maximilian. And it's a snow battle as well. We have had a battle in today's video. It was the naval battle. But we haven't had an open field battle. Also, we can test out some of the new deployables as well that we've got. We do have access now to some barricades. And then eventually as well, I think each unit, I think some can like deploy like different barricades. Like what can deploy? Not all of them can deploy that. So we'll go with something like this, say. Yeah. Now, this isn't the main army with Max here. Our main Eastern Front army is with August von Mackensen, who is now the supreme commander on the Eastern Front. So now we've got 2 full stacks over here. Let's deal with the Russians. Yeah, so here's a barricade there. That looks quite cool. And then we've got our little deployable here. It's a shame we couldn't have them earlier on to essentially be our trenches, but it was a tech that we didn't research quick enough. But yeah, just look at the balance of power. It's actually in, oh my god, the Russians' favor. But also their army is heavily depleted from moving on through the snow. I imagine they've got some sort of resistance to winter attrition, you would imagine. They probably have better equipment and clothes than us Germans fighting in Russia, you'd think. Alright, let's move up and advance. We overwhelmingly outnumber them on the infantry offensive. So let's push on over. But it's cool to be playing in the snow. Nice little contrast in fighting to the rainy and sometimes miserable boggy fields of France, deep in the trenches. Now we're fighting in the cold, wet north against the Ruskies. Alright. And they're moving up their mortars there. So we want to try and stop them from getting closer. As we're getting some really decent bombardment on over here. And it looks like there's a bunch of poltergeists possessing the mortars there as they skid across, not being controlled by a man. Oh my god. But they're probably just going to get absolutely eviscerated as they're moving up. And yep, they're fully capitulated. They're like gone. They're straight up gone. Alright, let's advance. And we'll get in range of the Russian infantry. The Germans can try and take it out. Still bombarding with artillery support. So we've gone from the field cannon to the siege cannon. And we haven't quite yet got to showing off the superior heavies, but I can't wait to see how they go in action. But so far, we've taken one piece of territory on the east. We've taken out the general there. And we're just trying to take out as many Ruskies as we can. It's just so hard fighting on two fronts. Like, we just don't have the money for it. But now we're getting to a stage where we do have more available funds in the war chest. And we can start investing in these crucial areas. Because at the moment, looking at the western eastern theatre, we have what? We started off with 6 full stacks in the west. Now we're hovering around about 5. We started off with 1 in the east. Now we've got 2. So we are slowly putting more funds and assets here, but we will need to, because we want to try and claim as many of that Russian territory as well. We're still going on our major victory conditions of trying to win the First World War. And we do have to take a lot of key victory conditions, mostly in Russia, Britain and France. The thing is, we've still yet to conquer and fully claim Russia and France. I haven't even thought about the Italian situation just yet, as they threat my territory in Bavaria. We might even need to open up a third front there in the Alpine region, while additionally maybe dealing with Britain. They also have Gibraltar, and the French do have an island off the mainland as well we might have to take. Okay, so we've got a little bit of cash. We can put some of that into infrastructure, getting better quality railroads. We have railroads mostly in France and in East Prussia on the borders, but back in Central, not so much. Alright, we're going to start making plans to besiege Mosse with Alexander von Kluck. Oh, is he just out of range, is he? No one can go in and kick things off? Oh, that's just unfortunate, I think. It looked like he was sieging, though, technically. We've got another army coming down to support. And then, I believe they have Sardinia and Corsica still. You can move north here. We've got, potentially the Netherlands to strike. I'm actually going to send my navy to Corsica, because it's under French control. There are some British and French naval assets there we're going to keep an eye on. But we could actually send the navy and an army to Gibraltar. Maybe occupying the strait could be a play, as we're going to be closer to that region than Britain. And we've got pretty good relations with Spain itself, getting trade with them. August is now in the field, and We probably can show off those super heavies soon. But we want to try and take some more Russian territory. Now that France is nearly fully under German control. But anyway, we're currently trying to wrap up the war in France as well. However, there's some French resistance in southern France, and we might even be able to as well, if we're lucky, to have the invasion of Gibraltar. So, if you like the sound of that, feel free to leave the video a like, subscribe if you're new. Would really much appreciate it. Got to thank you guys for all the fantastic support on the channel over the last couple of days and weeks. Yeah, fuck me, years to be honest. But yeah. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate your support. I wouldn't be where I am without it. Alrighty, so let's move this army. Yeah, so we want to move the Crown Prince of Bavaria down south to go to Gibraltar. We're currently sieging things out here against the French. They do have Corsica, which is super annoying because we're going to have to navally invade through there. The Allied forces do have, of course, the naval supremacy. Just looking at the officers here, can we change anything? I think our cabinet is okay. We only had to change it pretty early on. Tech-wise, we're going to be able to get tanks soon, which is fantastic, and we also can get some different types of warfare. We've managed to capture the French universities, so we're going to be able to really snowball tech-wise now that we've taken, for all intensive purposes, a major power out. We've managed to gobble up their lands. So, we're still continuing down with the southern offensive, and yeah, that's 95% in our favour. So, we can auto-resolve this one and claim the southern port city of Marseille, bringing all of the French mainland under German control. Cool beans. Let's replenish and repair where we can. And there seems to be an army to the north here. Yeah, they've got a huge navy down here. Realistically, we would seize it. Wasn't there that mad thing where, like, the French wouldn't destroy their navy, so Churchill had to blow a lot of it up and capture some of it? Because the French, like, refused. It was like the only sort of ally-on-ally attack, because I think a couple French soldiers were taken out in that in World War II, from what I can remember. Churchill, absolute nutter, but a good nutter, I guess. All right, we've got some small allies here. Okay, so they're just raiding the trade route, which is not the best. They've even got a bigger navy than me, the French. Yeah, we've got to really keep an eye on it. Alright, as we move further south, we might be able to capture Gibraltar if we're lucky. Because we need that navy down there if we want to ever take Corsica. A new nation rises. Ireland. Okay. They have ceded from the UK. Well, I wonder if we can somehow get some negotiations with them. Make them like fascists or something. Ally up with the fascist Irish. That'll be interesting. But they're kind of opposed to monarchy, so I guess we'd have to sort of appeal to that. Because I'm sure they're not going to like, well, the Tsar overly that much. So we'll give them some trade. We could even give them some tech as well. That might be able to force through an alliance, I don't know. Or we might actually be able to give them some tech so that they can, yeah, just get some armies to annoy and harass the UK. No, they do like us, not too bad, which is interesting. Now that they've claimed their independence. Okay, back over on the Eastern Front, we're still dealing with the Ruskies. We've managed to take Lithuania. We've got Austin von Mackensen here, our best and prime general of the German army. There's a lot of Russian forces here. We're currently trying to take Latvia. And an army has come up and attacked at Lithuania. We're going to have to play this one. We haven't got the largest garrison in there. It's just the numbers with the Russians. Alright, let's play this one. Alright. The defense of Lithuania. So, thankfully, now we're starting to get to the stage in the campaign where we just have supreme artillery supremacy. This one actually probably has nearly 2 less Like nearly too few, sorry. Infantry. Bloody... Stannis Baratheon and his bloody Nazi grammar. Alright, so... let's try and move you here. I would like at least about 5 infantry divisions. But here's hoping we should have enough artillery just to absolutely blow and rip roar through the Russian infantry. Now, unfortunately, looking at the topography of this battlefield, we're currently fighting in thick forests in Lithuania, which is not good, not the most conducive to this game. Obviously, in real life, forests wouldn't... I guess it would conceal the troops somewhat, but obviously, you just start blowing up trees left, right, and center. They are indestructible, which is... I don't even know how you would code that in to Napoleon. You more than likely can't. But... yeah, unfortunately, the trees are going to give them cover, and they are indestructible technically, so they're even giving them even more protection. So what I'll do is we'll try and bunker down, entrench in some of our German infantry, and then we'll just try and just find some openings and breaks here from the tree cover and the canopy, and we'll just try and smash them from afar. We've had a far easier time on the Western Front, as you'd expect. The French have all but certainly capitulated. However, the Russians are fighting tooth and nail for every piece of territory they've gained. Okay, so we do have our new artillery pieces as well. Howitzers and some old guns, and then we've got our new ones here. So they don't actually have an artillery piece on them. The superior artillery. It looks like they've just got like sort of like a surveillance crew, like to coordinate it. Maybe it's sort of off the battlefield. Kind of reminds me of Fall of the Samurai, just like calling in the artillery strikes. Because now we've just got in crazy range, so we want to try and get them as close and protected to the field as possible. There we go. And then we've got our other reserves here as well. Okay, cool. August, we need to hide you somewhere. Now, okay, maybe behind this little house here will do. Okay, so we've got a little bit of an opening here on this left-hand side, which is cool. And then we've got most of the infantry in the center. So the left-hand side is going to get the first couple of aerial bombardments off. As our infantry are going to hold. We will have some additional reinforcements potentially coming in, which would be really good, but they're only from the garrison. Here is the main German artillery line. Make sure you hit your marks, lads, and give the Russians hell. Make sure your artillery pieces strike true. Okay, they will have some of their own. Okay, so here they're firing. A little bit of an animation, but I guess, yeah, I guess they're off screen. Alright, we're starting to really pepper their position. They do have some of their own mortars, and then they've got some General's Guard as well. We're going to just... looks like they're advancing, which isn't the best. We're just going to try and hope... oh, I've got one here that I didn't move on in. That's actually not too bad, maybe hiding them in the forest. It might lull them into a bit of a false sense of security, but they seem to be advancing, which is annoying. They're not sitting back and taking the punishing, as I would like. But we just need to try and capitulate and try and take out as many of them as we can. We're currently wavering at least 5 of them. We have completely destroyed one. Looking at the top right. They have retreated. Just continue to pummel their position. We've opened up a pretty decent angle here as well. So we should be hitting it from all sides. That cavalry is getting smashed as it moves on forward, and we should have enough riflemen as well to throw back any infantry that somehow manages to advance and slowly but surely progress through the artillery bombardment. But so far, if you are doing your own Great War mod Germany campaign, I'd highly recommend trying to get rid of the French as quickly as possible. Take it slow against the Russians, because we've only like gotten to sort of now the mid game of this campaign that we're actually able to fight the Russians on their terms, as some cavalry is trying to hit me on the right. I'm just going to try and form up a little bit better here, because if one unit can get around our artillery, that could cause a flood. We're going to be really quite caught here. We really need to take out those cavalry trying to make their way through the trees. Yeah, and there's, for example, an artillery strike trying to slip and hit those units that are coming forward, and it's just getting smashed into those trees and not doing too much. Oh no, this is not good. We actually might get overwhelmed here. A lot of these Russian infantry are at about 70% health. They are getting way too close, and they're actually starting to hit us there. They might actually be able to neutralise some artillery. Oh no. This is not good. Now, I managed to get rid of the cavalry that's now come in. Okay, they've opened up the flank. There we go. This is what we want. So, they've decided to hit the main line, which is interesting. Luckily, I've actually split into 2 army groups. If I wasn't, we might be in a different position. My infantry is actually taking a battering here as we're trying to trade and protect. The German infantry is absolutely trying to protect with their lives the artillery as they want to try and go up and over here. Oh, they're getting dangerously close. Still about 75% in our favour, but you've got to give it to the Russians. They are literally adopting no step back as they're pushing forward. They actually will look to swarm, advance and push into the German position as bayonet combat is about to break out. Okay, we're definitely going to need these Germany artillery positions on the right, the left here to come swing around the right. Oh my god. And some of the artillerymen are having to fight as the Russians have broken the line. Oh, that's not good whatsoever. Come on. Alright. You're probably safe there, that artillery. We're going to have to swing this infantry around. Oh my god, that's some RNG. We've managed to kill the enemy general. That could be the deciding factor in this. But unfortunately, we're going to lose some artillery crew here and some battle-hardened Eastern Front engineers. What a crazy fight. Okay. So maybe we have to go slightly back to the drawing plan, battlefield-wise. We are going to win this one here today, but we're going to maybe take high infantry losses and some artillery. Like I would, like I said, I want mostly 5 infantry and the rest artillery ideally, but maybe we need a little bit more, because if they do something like that again and just charge us, because the Russians, their major strength in the Great War mod is their numbers and their recklessness for their infantry. So charging like that is such a legitimate, like an effective strategy. If they just charge on in, they probably could overwhelm us. Obviously, we want to sit back and try and blast as many of them away as we can. We are going to be able to win here by the skin of our teeth, but maybe I need to be a little bit more secure and go with the 6 or a 7, because what's done us in here is the terrain. The amount of coverage they have is what sort of saved them. Look, if this was a nice flat field battle on the fields of Germany, we might do a bit better. It's just that tree coverage has really helped them out. But as we get further into Russia, it's probably going to be a lot flatter and a lot less tree coverage as there is here in the Baltic states. We have managed to turn this one around, but unfortunately some of, my infantry and artillery has been taken out. Victory, a heroic one. We'll take that. A good victory. First up against the Russians as they try to retake their territory of Lithuania. Infantry did alright in the end, along with the field guns. And hopefully that's the start of more victories in and around Vilnius. as we look to take Latvia soon on after. Alrighty, so the Austrians look like they might move some infantry up. Still got a couple of armies in and around Lithuania. We'll go push you to Latvia. We have been intercepted here. That is quite harsh, that auto-resolve. I'm not even going to lie. Unfortunately, I have to play this one because we need to win this battle. Yeah, and look at that. Look how much this is like favoured for us to win. It's like 75% in our favour. Once again, the tree coverage isn't the best. Okay, so this army build is a little bit different. Ideally, these guys needed to meet up with Austin von Mackensen just to trade out some of the infantry and artillery and vice versa. Alright, let's go with something like this. And we'll grab everyone that can go into a trench formation. There we go. And we'll set these guys further back. 2 army groups coming in. Not the hardest battle. But for whatever reason, the auto-resolve was not good whatsoever. Which is annoying. But doesn't matter, we'll play this one. Just want to make that artillery a little bit nicer. Alrighty, boys. Give them hell. So just trading a little bit back and forth here at the moment between us and the Russians. 2 battles. Hopefully, this can be a territorial gain for us. So their reinforcements are coming in a single column, which is good for me. We might need to target that soon. So if we can destroy this army and the reinforcements that have intercepted us on our pathway to Latvia, we should be able to take the country. Look at this gorgeous looking windmill here in the heart of the Baltic farmland. Awesome. Okay, so we've absolutely trashed a cavalry unit there. And this time around, I feel way more secure in my position of defending my artillery. Just because I've got so much infantry here. Also, we saw it a little bit in that last battle. What makes them jump up and over those trenches? Because sometimes it's a little bit insane, them doing that. How do you stop your infantry from doing that? I don't know. Or maybe you just can't, simply. Alright, I'm going to press insert on my keyboard because I want to try and get some cinematic shots. Oh, here we go. Oh, that's a bit of a wayward bullet there. Right over the head and top of a Ruski soldier. Because you can get some pretty good looking cinematic shots here. For some reason, some of the artillery pieces don't work, but an infantry division you can see from close range. Like we can't see there. Unfortunately, whoever we're watching is a shock and sharpshooter. Can't hit absolutely anything. But so far our German riflemen are absolutely wrecking. They are decimating the first initial Russian Empire infantry. Perfect. We're even starting to clip some of the reinforcements coming in as well. Let's speed things up slightly. Because we're basically just in a bit of a shootout stance more than anything. Oh, thankfully they're... Yeah, I wonder why they do that. I think that's like a Napoleon thing. Well, they're hitting us with a bit of artillery here. Need to get you back in a bit of cover. Yeah, they come in as reinforcements in single fire, which is really conducive to our artillery fire. Now they're charging a bit closer. And yeah, now they're just up and over the wall there. Maybe they get a better
One of
shot
our
if they're
units has
routing.
used
I
all
don't
its
know.
ammunition, sir.
But unfortunately, the defenders of Latvia are going to be destroyed. Only a couple more units remaining. Yeah, I don't know why the auto-resolve was so harsh on this one. Maybe because we got intercepted. I'm not entirely sure why. But from what I've noticed as well, what helps out of the balance of power is artillery as well. Which makes sense. So the AI in auto-resolve actually values artillery a bit more. Okay, we've absolutely destroyed and routed the Russian infantry here. The only units on the field of battle that remain, the artillery at the back here. We might need to charge up my infantry, which I'm happy to do. Just depends how accurate my own artillery are hitting the last of the Russians. A little bit of coverage here. They got a couple chevrons, so they might be alright. It's just like a cost-based analysis. I think we charge. I think if we sit back, there's going to be more infantry losses than a direct charge. To be fair, we've only got 5 to their 3. So we don't even we're not even going to out-artillery them that much anyway. So the charge has been given to run down the remaining Russian units in retreat. And now we've not had to siege and surround the Russian garrison inside Latvia. A couple rifle volleys should do. Just try and nail down that position. Alright, we've charged the first piece of artillery. Ideally, we'd want to try and capture it. I will need to stop my artillery from getting their shots off because they're just going to get friendly fired off.
Our men are running, sir.
The enemy general's been taken out.
Glorious victory, sir, is soon to be yours.
I think I just destroyed one of my own units there. I think they were in front. Oh, I think they clipped onto it. Not the one at the very, very front there. I think there was one that was further up. Oh no. That's annoying. I was like, they were there for like a split second, then I gave like one a shot, or I gave one attack order, and they were gone within like 3 volleys. Oh no. So, we're firing on our men. So be it. Alright. So, we should be able to take this one. Yep. We can liberate them, but no, I want to try and get as much territory for Germany as we can. Lebensraum, or whatever it's called. Okay. Still got a couple of Russian forces in and around us. One's actually fled back to Minsk and Belarus. One has actually pushed further south. And we're trying to cement our position now in Latvia. Alright, back over here. We're still getting more units in Munich. We're going to have to deal with the Italian problem. We're going to deal with the Italian job. Oh, that French army from Marseille's pushed there. We're in striking range of Gibraltar here as well, with the Crown Prince of Bavaria. And I think we'll move on in. And we might actually do that one here today. So let's drop the German army in Gibraltar. Thankfully, Portugal and Spain are neutral at this point. But taking this off the Brits should be able to stop any warships from coming into the Mediterranean. Our only enemy that's left there is France and Italy. But we're going to have to protect the German fleet, because if we want to try and completely destroy France. It's annoying that they're so sort of dug in Corsica. But we will need a bit of a military presence there in Bavaria. And we might even make an attack group from the Alps eventually as well. Wilhelm II, 57. Still absolutely dominating Europe. He's doing alright. Same with our finances as well. We're mostly taxing the nobility. We want to try and increase that where we can. Just got to keep an eye on it, because sometimes text can grief you quite a bit on that front. So there is quite a huge navy in Gibraltar as well. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Just wanted to end the turn and continue to see if the UK reacted at any point. I think they're too busy dealing with the uprising in Ireland that they've declared their independence, that they're not going to be able to focus on Gibraltar. We've got the Arab revolt here. Shame we can't see the Middle East and what's going on there, because that's always a really interesting theatre of war, particularly in World War One as well, man. What's a bit of a shame as well, like I did mention that I am open to doing more campaigns on the Great War mod. I was like, oh, maybe I should play as the Ottomans, but they're kind of a little bit disappointing, because they've only got Constantinople. Oh my god, I called it that. They've only got Istanbul. Oh god. That's me doing. We're playing Rome 2 recently. Hang on, a couple things here. I was trying to make a point as the British Navy intercepts me. We only narrowly won that. Oh my god. On an auto-resolve. I'm not the best at naval battles, so I thought I better not play that one. Anyway, we've won against the British Navy here. We'll try and run and hunt it down as we siege out Gibraltar, which will take good. We'll have the Battle of Gibraltar in today's video. Back over to doing more campaigns on this mod. Definitely open to do it. Maybe playing as redoing the UK, Italy, Russia, France, obviously the majors. But yeah, maybe playing as the Ottomans might not be the best. It might be sort of anticlimactic, because you don't even have Anatolia. You've only got Istanbul. Sure, there'll be some cool fights in and around Greece and in the Baltic. Oh, maybe. No, actually might be right. No, I just thought of like reforging the Ottoman Empire, like going into the Crimea, going further up into the Baltics. That actually might be quite fun. Because to be fair, not much is probably going on down in Asia Minor itself. It would only be down in the Middle East, which isn't even in the map. Okay. On the Eastern Front, things have quieted down a little bit. A Russian army is nearby, but hopefully we can have some Austrian support. And we're not going to be able to. Oh, okay, that's a bit better. Alright, we'll auto-resolve that one. I was like, oh, we're going to have to find another one here, but thankfully we've got a decent auto-resolve for once against the Russians. Good. We might have been able to lock down Lithuania. Right, back to Gibraltar. I think we'll play this one. Not the most difficult battle. However, this will be the first time on the field that we're going to be fighting against the Brits. Against the small and tiny Gibraltar garrison. We've yet to face them on the field of battle. Alright. Welcome to the battle for Gibraltar. I can't wait to see the British units on the field of battle. Alright, the Crown Prince in this army build has artillery supremacy, of course. This one has a bit more infantry, which is good. But I don't think the British are going to last, well, too long in this one. Thankfully, it's a nice, flat, open field battle, and we should be able to absolutely bombard and obliterate the British. Unfortunately, it's a weird looking day, this battlefield. What is this? It's like very foggy and overcast, but it's like still red and hot. Strange. Looks kind of cool. Yeah, it's like this fog you can kind of see it flowing on over the battlefield. Alrighty. So, we'll just try and protect our boys here where we can. And once Gibraltar is taken, this is going to be a huge strategic position because we're going to be able to dominate the Mediterranean. And now that should only leave potentially the Italian Navy and the French. And we should be able to officially destroy them as a faction. But realistically, you'd imagine the French would go in exile to potentially North Africa or whatnot. But here is the German artillery, ready to get their shots off. Boom. Boom, boom. I want you in my room. Oh, God. Spend the night together. Blow the British away. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Fire and fury. We're raining down on... Oh, my God. They just got wiped out. We can't even see them. They quite literally just got vaporized off the earth. And then here is the general unit as well. Oh, my God. What is that, like 16 artillery pieces hitting them? 15. If we've got 5. 20 in a stack. Oh, my God. The carnage. Oh, the humanity. Oh. Oh my God. What an absolute murder. Oh my God. Now, we don't have much line of sight on them, but any glimpse of a British unit, they're just been absolutely trashed. Alright, good stuff, fellas. Just one at a time. Taking them out. Calling in super heavy artillery support as well. But here are some of the British infantry. These are the Home Guard. Local Gibraltar conscripts. Stuck into the firing line as we see Gibraltar in the background. Just speed things up, just try and get rid of the last of them. And then we've taken the strait. Gibraltar has fallen to the Germans. Oh my God, there's no way they're coming back for this. The amount of artillery fire that's raining down on them is actually making the camera shake. There we go. Another one bites the dust. More Home Guard there. Getting obliterated. Annihilated. I can't think of any more words to describe this complete and utter carnage of the British garrison here. But we will have to deal with the Brits at some point. I think once... Well, where do we go? Like, we've got to deal with getting rid of the French. Like, getting rid of them completely. Then we've got to deal with the Italian job. It's annoying that they joined the Allies this time around and weren't in our Central Powers Alliance. Not in the Axis, as it were. Still fighting on the Eastern Front. It's going to be quite a long time before we get to Moscow. I wonder if we're going to get to London or Moscow first. It'll be interesting. But the thing is, while we're down here in the Mediterranean, we might as well push for Italy. We might leave Britain till last. But anyway, we've taken Gibraltar now and had our first battle against the British. They didn't even charge against us. Oh my God, we didn't lose anyone in that offensive. And the Crown Prince of Bavaria has seized Gibraltar as his own, well, little old fiefdom, I guess. Okay, they want me to join the war. No, I don't think so. unfortunately. J.R.R. Tolkien arrives at Somme. Okay. Ah, the Austrian-Hungarian Empire has made an alliance with the Irish. That's good. Can we make an alliance with you then? Oh, damn. I nearly guarantee your independence. New Jersey shark attacks. Oh my god. Just seeing those black and white photos reminds me of Harold Holt, the Australian Prime Minister that went out swimming. They don't know what happened to him, but he more than likely got taken out by a shark. Oh, doing some diplomatic stuff here. But did anyone... There was that crazy shark attack in Sydney a couple months ago. Some guy got taken off from the rocks. That was fucking awful. It was tragic as hell. There's like a video of it. It's awful. Alright. Still dealing with the Russians here. I'm trying to take out as many of them as we can as we continue to push into Minsk and Belarus. And then I guess we've got to take Estonia as well. But yeah, if I've got one fear, it is probably sharks. Like, we don't have too many of them here in Tassie. Down in the south, we have a lot. Near seal colonies and stuff. But as someone that used to do surf lifesaving and swimming a lot, like doing big sea dives, like as a kid you don't even think about the risks, but that now scares the shit out of me. Like you never know, you just could be taken out by some huge fucking shark. But anyway, we've got German tanks on the way, which will be good. And we're going to be able to get a general here in Munich, because we're going to continue on the offensive. I've got a navy here ready to push into Corsica to try and take out the French once and for all. And we're also making a front here against the Italians. But yeah, poor fucker. Just going for a swim and then getting jacked by a huge shark. Terrible. Alright, back in Gibraltar we're doing alright. Like snakes could give a shit about. So sharks, man. Okay, so unfortunately the Navy did get intercepted by the Italians. But luckily we were able to get to Corsica quick enough. But, oh, we've narrowly won there. Okay, back over in the east. We're slowly but surely advancing. August von Mackensen. Colonel of the German army. And commander of the military forces on the Eastern Front is pushing on. Oh, okay. Alright, let's pull back here. That's a little bit not favoured. Alrighty. We've got this army here in Munich that's still growing as well. Convalescing. Okay, we can hopefully officially put the final nail in the French coffin. That's what I'm hoping for. Okay, it's mostly just home guard by the look of it. Good. Let's auto resolve that one. And as we take Corsica, that should be it. You would imagine, unless you've taken some territory they can't see. No, that's it. Nation destroyed. The French are no more. A Dankeschön, Frenchie. Okay. And we're going to have to rebuild the German Navy if we ever want to cross the channel. Oh, I'm actually surprised that the Italians actually had a fair bit in there. Alright, let's move you further south. Oh, we had that army trying to deal with the French, didn't we? That was annoying our French lands. Alright, still currently besieging out Minsk. We should be able to bring Belarus under German Kaiser control. We can actually liberate the people. Yeah, no thanks. We want more territory for the Kaiser. And then we'll make a play for Estonia as well. So we've defended the Baltic here in today's episode. Taken Latvia as well. We might actually be able to take Estonia. You know what? Actually, ooh. Ooh, I like that. That's a juicer. Yep. And the Baltic states are firmly back under German control. Perfect. Oh, and we actually can get chlorine gas as well. And we've got tanks on the way as well. And we'll continue eastward as well. Also, at some point, once these units get to the Eastern Front, we're going to be able to show off the, well, gas howitzers, the tanks, and the flamethrowers as well. So we're going to be able to have some late game warfare. How fantastic is that? We've also got some German snipers here as well. But anyway, let's have this first little battle here. Nothing too crazy, just a nice little cheesy and cheeky auto resolve as we push into Torino. And we'll continue the siege. Actually, might demand surrender. Oh, it actually worked. You're joking. Oh, that hardly ever works. Mostly the French and maybe even Belgium and some other military forces, and the Russians. The Russians are never going to accept, but no, why have they done that? Oh well, we'll get some reinforcements here. We might actually just be able to run the rest of them down. We'll give chase, try and hit this one here as well, and we'll make an army push for Milan. Just try and stop those reinforcements coming on in. Yeah, let's push up to the fashion capital of the world. Okay. Move the snipers in support. We've got a reconnaissance plane currently over Vienna. And we want to try and get line of sight here down in Rome. The Eternal City doesn't have a large garrison. Well, I guess we'll just fight these armies here. I think they've just actually withdrawn, unfortunately. Like, quite unlucky. Like, I think they're stuck there. So if we hit this one, that's going to draw the other one in. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't stand and fight. Fighting near the city would have given them more cover. Anyway, let's get stuck into the Italians. You could have fought with me. But now they're against us. The German Empire facing the Italians. We could have had an axis. But unfortunately, the Italians have sided with the Allied forces. Which is surprising. You wouldn't think they would after the fall of France, but they have in this campaign. Maybe next time around I should go with unhistorical focuses, essentially. Just have a bit of a wild and wacky World War I, just to change things up a bit. Because, yeah, from a lot of what I've learned now, it's hard-locked alliances as well. Because I can't even seem to get alliances with Sweden or some of the neutral countries. Because that's what you kind of want to do in your playthrough. Like, you want to try and influence other neutral countries and vice versa. Like, it'd be kind of cool if, like, Spain joined the Allies or, like, Sweden joined the Central Powers, you know? Alright, as we form it up here. Our first battle on the fields of Italy. Looking at the battle map firstly, this might be... the fields of Italy might be a little bit more conducive to artillery warfare than compared to the thick forests on the Eastern Front that we've been dealing with. And in the shade of olive trees, the German Kaiser's forces are shelling the Italians, and they're trading back and forth. A nice blue sky on the fields of Torino. Or Turin. Which is more close. It looks like it's closer to Turin on the map. Here are the Italian forces. Yeah, maybe Italy might be a cool series to do. Maybe don't side with the Central Powers or the Allies. Maybe forming your own Roman Empire might be quite cool. It always is with the Italians. Oh, we're shelling the general there mostly. 5 German infantry, 15 artillery. Mostly field guns and howitzers and big guns, nothing too crazy. We haven't got our super heavy artillery in this build. But still more than capable enough to destroy a full stack. But it's not the super heavy artillery build that we've got rolling on over in Russia. Speaking of Russia, over in the east we should have early World War I tanks and a couple of other late tier units as well that we can show off. But thankfully the Italian command is all over the place, as it always is. They had some shocking battlefield results in World War II and in World War I here and there. And it looks like history is repeating itself slightly. As they don't know what they're doing. Being indecisive there is probably what's killing them. They do have some artillery, but we've got one Italian unit in retreat, nearly the entire army, and that's some pretty bad RNG for them. We've managed to snipe and take out the general within only a handful of minutes in this fight. So they should capitulate soon, you'd think. The cavalry can't make the distance. Avante, muchacho, avante! As they try to advance and move.
Sir! Sir! Our general is under attack!
Oh, here we go. Now they're starting to charge. Which really helped the Russian offensive. They did have a lot of cavalry, but they've just squandered it. Alright. Some of the Italian divisions are in range, but their battalions are just getting absolutely bashed and smashed on in. So, we've got 2 full stacks pushing eastward into the country, trying to secure northern Italy. And I am slowly but surely building and recruiting an army in Bavaria to march on through the Alps. For quite some time, I fear to push from there, but the army's nearly done. As one brave Italian unit tries to make their way to the front German line, they're not going to be able to. What are we getting in from here? Okay. Some units there trickling in. Yeah, I'm surprised they demanded or accepted the surrender, to be honest. I think the pathfinding cooked them. Because normally, demanding the surrender, what they do is, oh, okay, we're going to... Sometimes the AI accepts because they go, oh, we're going to be able to fight for another day. Let's just move you here. But they retreated unluckily. Like, this army could have... Like, I guess their plan and thought was, oh, we'll retreat back to Milan and get a better stand. Because the settlement is basically lost anyway. But unfortunately, they got pincered and fled. And pinned up against the Alps. So I'm just trying to move my infantry here. Because they actually got a really good and juicy angle here, which we need to stop. Some of the Italian artillery has actually got an angle here, and they've got some cavalry up. We've got to make quick work of this, or otherwise that might be a decent cavalry charge there for the Italians. A lot of cavalry units being deployed and quite quickly disposed of. Yeah, I wonder if they've got better stats, like cavalry-wise, the Italians. That'd be quite cool if that was a thing. They might do. Alright. We've sent our 5 German infantry with the task of eliminating the artillery. Because they were hurting me there slightly. Just move to just a bit of a better, clearer position. Just get out of that tree line. I know it's providing a bit of cover, but they're so close and on the angle that they're not going to get hit. They're actually firing up and over us on our main line. Look at that. Look at that awesome angle. You got to give it to the Italians there. They've deployed in a pretty good area. Look at that. Nice and clear, and they're just firing into that position. Thankfully, we've managed to neutralize everything in front of the artillery. We've been able to swing around with my infantry and finish off this artillery that we're in a really good position. Nice high ground here as well. A little bit of elevation.
Soon to be yours.
If they stood and fight there, we might have actually had a bit of a hard time dealing with them, but thankfully, due to taking out the general incredibly early on, we've had a good fight here. We'll go back into cinematic shots just to get a frontline shot of things. As firing up on to the top of that hill has won us the day. Right, what's further back here? More Italian cavalry joining the slaughter. I'm sure the Germans will be able to eat well today. Or we'll be able to make a lot of... I don't know, what could we do with the horses? Oh, there's more artillery. Just like look like it's spawned on in here. Make some more books. With the horse leather. I don't know. Get more glue for the glue factory. I didn't even see them. They only came back into the line of sight. Just trying to run down here the last of the Italians. Our infantry is taking a little bit of a battering, just trying to dodge shelling. My artillery's actually stopped firing, so maybe they're actually slightly out of range in this vicinity, but it's alright. By the time we get here, they should be able to completely capitulate. Yeah. Oh no, it's just the line of sight. They were in range. They just weren't shooting, which is weird. Anyway, we've destroyed our first major full stack against the Italians. Perfecto. Bon appetito, motherfucker. Alright. Good stuff. Oh, would you look at this? The Russians, during the end turn phase, have had a revolution. The Russian Empire is no more, and the Soviet Union has been born. I guess with the amount of... Well, they want peace, actually, if there's a new government. I was just curious, because that would actually buy us more time against the Italians and might allow us to go into a better position. No, they're not interested. I guess it doesn't really make much sense if imperialist Kaiser German Empire forces are taking so much territory. I'm sure they want to sort of... Like, if they're losing this hard, like they are against us, it wouldn't make much sense for the Tsar. Is more than likely related to some extent. They all are. There was when were they all like first cousins? In this one, I don't know. The thing is, most royal family trees are all related to some extent, even throughout history. Queen Victoria, the grandmother of Europe. That was the quote, wasn't it? That was when there was a lot of close links. Alright, as you push into Milan, I can't remember all the royal links. There's other YouTubers for that. There's a couple of good ones. That charts guy, whatever his name is. I watched a couple of those. Just going through like the royal lines and stuff. Who's the successor and what here and there. That's a good YouTube channel. Something charts. I can't remember it. Anyway, I got more German tanks on the way because we are building an invasion force for Britain. Okay, still continuing on the Eastern Front. And we're not dealing with the Ruskies anymore. We're dealing with the Soviet Union. I wonder if their armies have changed as well. But that's really quite cool that they've done that. Oh, and they've accepted the surrender, as well. Oh, we can actually liberate White Russia if we wanted to. Oh, we might do that at some whack point, but we want to try and take as much Russian territory for the Germans as we can. I wonder if there's a chance of that not happening. Or is it always going to happen that they switch on over to the Soviet Union? I think the Soviet army roster is better. Oh yeah, they have changed. Oh, did you see some of the units there? Yeah. Running further back. I do want to try and get a battle against the Soviet Union at some point, because I want to show off some of the new units that we've got deploying firstly on the Eastern Front. We've got more tanks and stuff coming over as well. I can't wait to use them. Although they're only like the first initial tanks, which aren't the greatest, they're still better than nothing. Yeah, everyone seems to be demanding accepting the surrender. I don't know why. Because they're just allowing us to get into a better position and run them down, as Innsbruck is secured. I believe this was Austrian owned at the start of the campaign. Once the Italians took it, I did fear incursions from there, but thankfully their conquest has now been nullified, as the Germans swarm into northern Italy. We'll send you north, and we'll deploy you back. That was the Corsican army. Oh, opportunity to intercept. I think we'll take this one, and we've got a couple. Yeah, we'll play this one. That was that army I was trying to run down. In the snow, we can intercept this Soviet force and show off the flamethrower and the gas. Alright. Nice frozen Soviet offensive. Alrighty. Now, I haven't used these units in quite some time. Okay. So let's move my artillery on the left. There's a huge boulder in the middle of the battlefield. I guess we'll use that to our own advantage. And we'll just try and sprawl on out where we can. Something like that. Nothing too crazy. Now, there's only 12 flamethrowers to a man. So, from what I can remember, they're kind of bugged. Like the shots of them. So, we'll charge them up and see if we can get some shots off to get in range. I don't honestly know how effective flamethrowers are in the Great War mod. I don't think so overly. But we do have a gas, which is just an artillery piece. So, we'll just try and flank and move the flamethrowers up. I know it's a bit risky. Actually, you know what? We'll fire into that, and I'll try and show it off, because we should be able to see it. What are these Soviet engineers just getting obliterated by a barrage of artillery pieces? And here comes the gas. Oh my god. Oh, the humanity. It kind of looks like a Skaven sort of warpstone bomb, but look at it. Yeah, there we go. Oh my god. Artillery barrages. The 44th German Infantry Division getting your shots off. And artillery pieces. Welcome to the Soviet Union, motherfucker. Oh my god. That's a good one. Alright, let's get these flamethrowers in, if we can. Move to this position. Yeah, like, they just don't have the range on them. I don't know. As more infantry's getting hit here. Oh, some of my own is getting hit there, which is quite awful. That's some pretty good shots there. I'm trading back and forth at the moment. A lot more infantry in this army, but here are the men of the Red Army. Maybe playing as a Soviets might be quite fun. Alright, get to this position to try and get your shots off if you can. Oh, they're just getting taken out. Oh no, we're not even going to be using these flamethrowers. This is going to get... Come on, form up. Come on. Can you get a shot off? This guy's going to pull out his Luger. Hans, pull out the Luger. Oh no, they just got smashed. Oh, that's disappointing. I could have set them back. I just wanted to push them up. Oh my god, poor fella. Getting all decked out. 16 units to a man. I just wish they had a little bit more health. The gas seems to be working a lot more. Yeah, maybe they're more of a defensive unit. Oh well. I wanted to get them in the action. I guess if we kept them further back, that'd be alright. But it does look like the Soviet infantry is really charging me here, as they're trying to close the distance, stop that gas going. But there's some go with the banner of and flag of the Soviet Union now. We've also got some Finnish Jaeger units now helping us out. As the Soviet Union, quite literally, no step back, is charging their infantry forward. Far out. Alright, thankfully we got enough infantry in this one. You might need to swing around to a different position. But they should have better quality units stats-wise from now on. I think they even get like a slightly upgraded army as well. As the Red Ruskies and their revolutionary soldiers charge on through. They've actually made it to the German line. They always like to send it, like full on send it. Oh my god, my infantry's getting smashed. It worked the last time. This time around it's working even better. Because we haven't softened them up nowhere near as much. Because we don't have as many artillery pieces. Holy cow. The German front line might capitulate. We might need to get some reinforcements here. Oh my god. It's 95% in our favour, but we're not looking too good. Looking a little bit green around the gills. Just need to deal with these reinforcements here. Trying to hit that general unit. We kind of need to take him out if we're lucky. Okay. We've managed to win on this right-hand side, which is huge. But stop sitting there not doing anything, fellas. Swing around. Oh, good, we won there. Not in the the center there. Oh my god. Fierce fighting is breaking out. Soviet general staff and German and infantry. Oh my god, back and forth. We got the general there finally. What the hell's this? Oh, it's one dude hiding in the bush. Go and bushwhack him, please. What are you doing down there, cheeky bugger? Kind of panicked because I thought it was more reinforcements and they came from behind. We might have been absolutely stuffed there, but we're all good. Oh wow. First field battle against the Soviets. Gas looked alright. I don't know if it was overly too effective. Flamethrowers. Wasted them. But yeah, I don't know if I'm being like over-analysing it. Did that army do a bit better? Maybe. They should get it. You'd think they'd get a stat boost. As we push down to Italy. Oh, we've been intercepted here, but there's nothing. There hasn't been too many armies in and around Rome, which is good. And we should be able to waltz our way on in. Rasputin assassinated. Rah, rah, Rasputin. Okay, well, I've skipped a little bit ahead. We've actually managed to land a army on the British mainland. We've taken Rome. We're still fighting in Russia. But we've got a high-tier quality enough army just to send one over to maybe try and make a play for London, if we're lucky. We'll just have to see how we go there and how they respond. Okay, welcome to the top of the turn. So, they do have an army, but they're still out of shot. So, look, we'll play this one. We'll bring in my reconnaissance plane to get us some aerial superiority and some intelligence. They do have an army further back, but we actually might have our first fight on the fields of London here today with some tanks as well. Good, we'll fight this one. We can't demand the surrender even though it's been working, but we'll fight this one. We have an opportunity here to take London from the Brits. The Battle of London, 1917. It is absolutely pouring down with rain. Typical. Overcast as well. And we've managed to land German tanks. Poor Winston would be rolling in his grave if he had the thought and sight of German tanks rolling over Britain. I guess he's a young boy at this point. Probably in Africa somewhere. No, he'll be fighting on the beaches with his boys, maybe, I don't know. Alright, so looking at this army build, 3 units of cavalry, a little bit of infantry, 6 units of artillery, 1 machine gun, and we've got some tanks as well. Some flamethrower support, so we should be able to see all of it in action, which would be fantastic. A lot of units there though. Defending London. So let's form things up. Now, from what I've seen, sort of the best top tier tanks are incredibly powerful. Quite expensive, but they are definitely worth it. I'm curious to see how our first little bit of taste and a tease of German tanks will do. It does take quite a while to actually get to them. Like, we've conquered France, we've half conquered Italy. It's not like we've been sitting back and waiting for superior tech. We've been conquering and pushing forward. Half of Russia has fallen, now London is under siege before we can even have tank warfare, which is probably kind of realistic going to the time period. But just a bit of word of advice, it does take you a little bit of a while and takes some time before you can get tanks in the Great War mod. I'm just trying to see where to deploy my cavalry. Maybe keeping them in the forest here might be the play. Keeping on that left-hand flank is more of a opportune position, but yeah, I don't know. Probably going to get hit. But here are the tanks intertwining with the German infantry, and we've also got machine gun here as well. So I'd love to see these guys get stuck into the action. Maybe over here is a bit better. Can I move you there? Why are you facing the other way? It says you're not, but you are now. I wonder if this machine gun nest will be anything like the Gatling guns of Shogun 2. So I guess we advance. Yeah, so we want to try and advance because they can move, obviously. We want to try and move them up. Why shoot and move the same? I guess it is to get into a better position. But here are the German tanks. Oh my god, what a beautiful sight as the German war machine slowly but surely makes its way to London. And here are the Brits fighting them for the second time this series. Fought them in the last episode in and around Gibraltar. This time around, it's a different story. They're fighting for their homeland, as the Germans are shelling them from afar. We've got our super heavy artillery as well in support. Unfortunately, the machine guns are out of range. But here is the Home Guard. Every British man's been given a rifle to defend London, which is what's making up the Home Guard. The tanks aren't yet quite in range and position, but they will be soon, I'm sure of it. As artillery is shelling the British position as they move forward. They do have some of their own. Look at that. A beautiful and a glorious sight as the German tanks roll on in. We are definitely in range. I just want to try and get into this field now and try and get some shots here. As the German tanks are starting to fire into the British position, and we will try and get some machine gun shot there as well. Alright, we're just going to roll them a little bit far forward. There we go. Oh, here we go. The tanks are now getting their shots away. Perfect. Oh my god. They are shredding that Home Guard position. Look at that. Fantastic. Not the most mobile. I'm curious to see how long they can last out in the open field. Like, are they on par of, like, what's the comparison? Steam tanks in Warhammer 2? I guess so. That's what I want them to be. As we've got machine gun fire going on here as well. Another unit that we haven't seen. Peppering the British left flank. Most of the British centre is being annihilated here with artillery and tank support. Oh. I was going to say, has any of the tanks been taken out? Oh, no. I don't think so. We've got heavy artillery. Mobile mortar support as well. So it's not just howitzer spam. Tanks are doing well. You can tell because nothing's left in the middle. Continue to fire this as well. Oh, there we go. Dude. The tanks are awesome in this mod. It's crazy how that's even doable mod-wise. I'm so impressed. I'm always impressed with modders. Selfless. Work for the betterment of the community. Quite often for hours on end with quite little pay. I thank each of you for all your support. You've given me so much enjoyment over the years with mods. Just for all Total Wars. It's kind of crazy. Oh no, we've lost a tank here. Oh, they're bugging out slightly. Oh, there we go. There's a tank fallen. Oh, the tread's been knocked off it as well. So here we go. Here's a infantry unit charging. How well are they going to do? Oh, they didn't last long there. I think that unit's broken on out. Oh. Oh, you got to be joking. Alright guys, welcome back. Well, unfortunately we've had a game crash. I don't know what it is. I think it's just because there's so many units around London. But I've tried to play this battle again, and it just keeps on crashing. So unfortunately we've got to auto-resolve it. Typical, praising modders, and then the game crashes. That's just unfortunate more than anything, as we roll on into London now. Now, we've been attacked here. Oh my god. Why is that so unfavoured? I guess we don't have a general there. Ah, they're going to make us fight this one. This is going to be a tricky one, but we should be okay. Got the Battle of Smolensk. I don't know why I found it so hard to say that. 1917. Let's play another battle against the Soviet Union. Snowing again. Couple of winter offensives we have had here. Alright, hopefully this one doesn't crash. But yeah, I do remember that tank warfare in this mod does have a tendency to crash here and there. And it doesn't help when there's a crazy amount of entities that they have to calculate. So maybe a battle like this, which is a little bit smaller, not loading in buildings, like, for example, the City of London, might be a bit better. So we've had tank warfare on the Western Front. Now back on over to the east. Hope we can do alright against the Soviets. So, this army build is actually trying to resupply and rally up with the main general force. We do have artillery support only in the factor of gas. Most of the infantry and tank support. So we'll try and charge on up. If we can get to this clearing, we'll be alright. But they do have artillery supremacy, so we will have to close the distance. This is a cool looking battlefield. This is a little bit different than what we're used to. Artillery spam, as it's a resupplying army that's been intercepted, unfortunately. They do have some tank support, while the Soviets don't. But this is a little bit more what you'd expect in the Great War mod. Artillery spam. and tank warfare. Oh my god. Currently snowing. The most conducive for the tanks. Okay, but here comes the Red Army and the Soviets. Trading some fire here. You gotta give it to the Russians. They are still holding on. As day by day more German infantry charges. Just need to get these tanks a bit closer up. We've managed to phase and gas them out. Brilliant. Just wish I had a little bit more artillery. Here we go. The German tanks have finally made it to the front line. God, that looks cool. That's bloody brilliant. Bring down the Soviets. We've got some gas support here as well. We desperately need them to start carrying us. As the tanks move forward, so should the German infantry as well. Come on, they're bang smack in front of you. Try and bring them down. As the Soviets charge up with their tank crew and grenades. With artillery support. Oh my god, check out the carnage of this. This is what you wanted to see in the Great War mod. Tanks, gas, Soviets and Germans all over the place. Battling it out. As my tanks have actually been destroyed there. Oh my god. I think it was mostly due to the artillery. But their infantry has done a good work as well. I was just curious to see from the tank perspective. Can we actually see it? Oh no. So they're being caught. We're going to have to leave it to the last of my infantry here. We might have just straight up lost this one.
The entire unit is
Oh, that's so annoying. So this really was just like a German convoy, essentially. Like trying to resupply and refuel on the Eastern Front in some territories that we took. It got intercepted by Soviet forces that have ambushed and smashed us. We are going to try and take out as many of them as well, but we've lost, unfortunately, 2 tank divisions and a bunch of infantry as well. Alright. Push the Soviets there that are taking cover behind the tanks. Oh, hang on. Have we lost this one? Come on. Because what's back here? Artillery. Oh, you know what? That's 95% in their favour. We can't pull this one out the bank. We've destroyed the infantry that charged on forward. We've got some artillery support of our own there. Oh my god. Charge! Brave Germans.
Our men are running, sir.
No way. This might be a crazy comeback if we can pull it off. They just need to weather the artillery fire, which I don't know if they're going to be able to do. Oh my god, this is tooth and nail. Okay, so this is going to turn out to a very costly victory for both sides, even if we do lose. They've actually ran out of ammunition there, so they're going to have to charge manually. Come on, there's only a couple more left. Go! No, no! Oh, so close. A close defeat. Yeah, I know. The call to duty, join the army for home and country. Oh, a defeat. Only 70 or so remaining though. Bunch of workers on strike. I must have researched a tech that did it by accident, or it could be that sort of stage in the campaign that we potentially might have a civil war and we might have to change our government type. Because quite recently, the Russians converted to the Soviet Union. So look at this, no matter really what I do, we're not going to be able to fix it. So that's something we have to keep an eye on. I thought I'd just start recording to show that. So only time will tell We have to deal with the consequences of that. We might have to change our government type, but we'll see how we go. Anyway, going to be playing for about an hour or so here today. I can't even see in the modifiers what's exactly doing it. I don't know. Yeah. But anyway, we're getting super close to hitting our victory conditions. We managed to take London and Rome in the last episode, and we're still continuing on the Eastern Front. The Central Powers have the military, not the navy, which is not unsurprising. But now with France gone, we're looking really good in the balance of power. Everything is coming up for Wilhelm de Kaiser. I think we're going to have to sort of try and counteract the unhappiness with going with just some happiness tech for all pops. But we'll just have to see how we go, I guess. But yeah, only 2 pieces of, or 3 technically, that we need to hit. Alright, I've got to deal with this army here against the Soviets. We've had some pretty good battles. In the last episode, we had a bunch of gas and flamethrower and tank warfare, which was rather exciting. Oh, we're going to have to fight this one, I think. That is not in my favour whatsoever. Yeah, sure, we'll fight this one against the Soviets. Man, most of my battles have come over here in the east. They have all been ultra close. Another battle for Smolensk. Smolensk. I don't know why I struggle to say that Russian word over everything recently. Okay, so army build, nothing too crazy. Unfortunately, we've got none of the new sort of units. This is basically a starting army that we've had. This time around, the commander is August von Mackensen. Incredibly experienced, a top tier field marshal, colonel I like to call him, of the Eastern Theatre, because that's what he would be. He would be the highest ranking officer there. Right, so we currently have what, 6 German infantry. Most of the army's made up of field howitzers and artillery. We've also got 1 unit of super heavy as well. We'll chuck a deployable here. But instead of keeping my infantry this time around a little bit nestled to my artillery, there seems to be some natural protection here with this huge cliff, this hill cliff face. It looks more like a cliff. Like, look at the sheer drop of that thing further in front. So we're going to be able to protect and funnel the Russian forces if they have a charge, and we want to try and sit back here in the white snowy fields of Russia and try and shell them from afar. A little bit of cover there, but every time we've fought the Russians recently, especially under their new red banner of the Soviet Union, we've suffered oh no, huge casualties. That is really bad. Move out of here. Ah! Oh no, we can't lose August. We're gonna have to swing the army around. Oh, god damn you. Oh, that's some absolute horseshit there. Oh no, he's probably gonna get killed. Oh no. What are the odds? Oh, far out. Oh, I hate that. That is some bullshit there. How have they gone and done that? How did they flank us like that? That is just bad. That's so unlucky that deployable. Well, it's smashed up. We might lose it. We might just straight up lose this battle now. General gone. Oh, he's probably gone as well. As the Soviets have done a Soviet surprised. They've done a hot stinking turd right in the middle of our bloody battlefield and plans. Oh my god. Yeah, that's it. Oh. Gotta respect it. Oh, we managed to kill their general. Bit of a toe for toe, tit for tat. Oh, far out. I kinda respect it. General sniping, deploying from behind, charging artillery. Unless we can carry it. We might have had a bit of a setback here. Losing a fantastic general. I reckon he's gone. Yeah, because he wouldn't be immortal. Like the generals, some of the generals in Napoleon Total War, such as Napoleon himself and the Duke of Wellington, Arthur Wellesley. We just need to stop these Soviets that have flanked us. Just to buy enough time for our artillery to shell the forces in front of us, but they've taken out a fair few of them. They've got a new fighting and hearty spirit. We were able to subdue the soaking wet Russian Empire. But now against the Soviets, we are really struggling. I hit that unit there. Yeah, I think it's just because they've got better quality units. Like, seriously. Is it just me? Or we just, like, our battlefield performances have gone off a cliff against the Soviets. But maybe as well, there's a bit of a correlation with the weather as well. Doesn't help fighting in the depths of winter. Okay. If we can just get this light mortar done, I think we're okay. We've managed to grip back the raging bull by the horns. And just try and stranglehold some control back in this battlefield. That's so infuriating. Austin von Mackensen just sitting there, watching the Soviets roll on in, and then bow! This gets obliterated from the back of his head. Oh no. Terrible scenes. Would you believe it? Right, we're just sitting back here, just trying to shell as many of them as we can, coming on in. We will win the battlefield here today, but at a huge cost. Our best general has been taken on out. And I guess we just continue to shell them here. I don't know what they're doing. Close victory. Oh, okay. They just capitulated, I guess. Victory. We have victory. Yeah, they surrounded it. How did they come by? Oh, I guess, yeah, I don't know. A little bit silly. Like, we had our back towards. I don't know. February Revolution. Okay. So, the public orders come back in with the lower class now that I've dropped. Yeah, we have to get a new general here. Who have we got? I guess we'll go with you. Otto von Bülow. So, Otto has taken the command of the remnants of Augustus' forces. Oh no, taken out by the Soviets. Poor bugger. Alright, as we push for Leningrad, which is technically what it would be called, and Novgorod as well. Oh my god, I said Novgorod. Novgorod. But yeah, they accepted the surrender. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's because our diplomatic standing has changed as well, that they fear us. Well, we'll try and hold this position here now and continue on. All right, still fighting on the Italian peninsula, and we have an opportunity here to take Napoli, which I'm nearly tempted to liberate. Yeah, let's do that. Fascist Italy. Yeah, let's bring them up. I do want to try and puppet some factions here and there. Now that we've taken the core territory, like we've hit the number of settlements number. I'm kind of tempted now to maybe some puppet some more. We could bring back the White Russians. I don't know, like the monarchists. I am tempted to give Italy all my tech here. First of all, just to get them on par with us, and I might even be able to get a huge payment as well, because we guarantee their independence. Like, would that be enough? Oh, it worked, I think. Awesome, because then we can get them on par with us. They're not going to join the wars. We're at war with a fair few. But do we need to rule southern Italy? Probably not. Portugal, our enemy. I didn't even know that. Since when? You think if we're at war with Britain, Portugal would come in? The longest standing alliance in the world, if I'm not mistaken. Well, Europe's. Okay, so there's been an uprising here that we're still at war with. Yeah, I guess you'd think they'd nearly side with us. I don't know why. I think it's because we're in their territory and they just spawned Russian forces for whatever reason. We're still bunkered down here in Petrograd. And we're just trying to deal with the rebellions that's come up. Only a couple more pieces of Russian territory yet to be claimed. And we hit our victory conditions. Alright, I've sent an army to Moscow and we should be able to take it. It's taken a while to get here, but we should be able to take the capital and the heartland of Russia. Otto von Biel is going to be able to take it. And Moscow has fallen. Would have liked to play that one, but it was just an easy auto resolve. Most of the armies, the professional Russian armies, are further back. Because we're probably better off playing one of these down here with Maximilian. There's a better quality army, firstly. And yeah, this is more like it. We'll play this one. Because there's a lot more tanks as well. Like, that'd be cool. Alright, let's fight this one. As we still haven't technically won the campaign just yet. Because I think we even have to hold the territory for a certain amount of time. Okay. So, once we take out this Soviet force, we should be able to push for Novgorod. And that should be all of our victory conditions and territory hit. We've taken nearly all the major capitals around the world. Of the major factions, the major belligerents, which would make them capitulate. We've taken Paris in France. We've taken Rome in Italy. We've taken London in England. And now we've taken Moscow. Only a couple more key points of interest here in Russia. And then we're laughing. Alright. So, unfortunately the battlefield seems a little bit more clearer on my side. That'll be good for our German tanks. But trying to shell them back in their position will complicate things. Could be better, not ideal. We'll see how we go. But we do have 4 German tank units and some gas there as well. Some infantry. Now we've got some N-tier artillery. I'm curious to see how they perform. So we'll move them up to a clearer and concise position. Let's have another battle against the Soviets. So far, reflecting on this campaign, we definitely had an easier time against the French. You'd think they probably wouldn't have the most modernised army. The Brits gave us a pretty hard run, same with the Italians, but man, the Russians earlier in the campaign, / now the Soviet Union, have given us a really big run for our money. They have been absolutely savage. They've been really tough opponents. Now, I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe it's just their units and their stats in particular counterbalancing ours. I also think it's the number as well per unit. Unfortunately, they've taken out a German tank there. Or we might have. We might have done some friendly fire there. Alright, let's move up slightly because they're a little bit too close there. Alright, let's move the tanks up here. We've got a lot of tanks on the field of battle here. Let's try and get and roll them on in. As the Soviet infantry are pushing up. Oh, we're starting to gas some of the horse position here. That's a beautiful windmill. The German tanks take the field. Some of my riflemen are getting their shots off at that cavalry unit that's pushed up. What a cool looking shot. As we slowly but surely push further into Russia once again. Going to be able to get some tank shots off here soon. Oh, there we go. The tanks have absolutely smashed the cavalry unit now that's pushed on in. Didn't stand a chance. Now the tanks can hopefully, well, literally quite tank and soak up all that damage from anything charging forward, just to give us our infantry a little bit more protection and allow our artillery to rain fire and terror up and over the top. As once again, it looks like the Soviets are going to go for another mental, crazy forward line charge, which does seem to work really quite effectively in this campaign. Here we go. They're charging on in for another time. Our tanks are holding. Same with our infantry. We're looking good. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, man. We've had another game crash. We've had a couple. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I think it's to do with just huge armies with tanks. I don't know. The game just keeps on crashing, which is super annoying. This is the second time it's crashed. I do know games crash a lot more with tanks, but yeah, it's just annoying. We're getting to that stage in the campaign. We're getting late into the save, and now game crashes are becoming apparent. Alright, so I guess we'll push into Novgorod. Still currently under the reign of Wilhelm, and yeah, all we need is the territory, but we still need to hit the time, so we might need to skip a little bit and just burn some times before we get to that victory condition. So Novgorod is now under our control, and that's it. We've hit our victory conditions. Far out. Easier said than done, because we have to wait till 1918. I wonder if we lose if we don't hit that. But anyway, we've got it, and we just need to hold this territory now for a year. Okay, well, now that we've hit our victory conditions, let's have a look at the world map and where we currently stand and occupy. So back over here in the Soviet Union, there are even some White Russians rebelling against us. We've obviously got Moscow. There's only a couple more Soviet territory that we still haven't got. We will try and take it. We still need to hold this vast amount of territory for a year or so. So we're going to have to defend it quite fiercely. There are some Soviet pockets here and there. Here is the territory back in Germany and France, of course. Now with the war basically wrapped up in Italy, we were able to move some divisions to London. We have 3 full stacks. We still have to keep an eye on Gibraltar and Portugal. We are still continuing down in the south. We will need to take Sicily. Still under the reign of Wilhelm, who's doing alright. But Italy only has, what, 2 pieces of territory left? And yeah, looking at that, we've hit all of our victory conditions. But I'm sure the AI is going to still have no rest for the wicked and try and take their territory back. Alright, back down in Italy, just dealing with the last of the Italians. Haven't had too much fierce fighting. Everything's south from Rome, to be honest. Alright. Okay. So we're just going to try and run down this British force here. Nothing too crazy. They've actually set up a little bit of a decent triangulation of position, but we've just sort of been bunkered down in London. I haven't had the opportunity to advance into Wales or Scotland just yet, which I'm kind of tempted to do. I might even give them their independence, as the Irish have risen up. Alright, back over in Russia, we've been attacked here now. Oh, we're gonna have to play this one. Look at that auto resolve, man. And we're bloody fighting in Smolensk again. Dude, this has quite literally been our Stalingrad here. Like, not even joking. Alright, so this one's going to be a little bit different. This is going to be a full-on open field battle. We might just have to charge them straight up. They have artillery supremacy, so hopefully we can just charge them quickly enough. We do have reinforcements coming on in. But, like I said, we're at a stage of just trying to hold. I might even be more inclined to puppet territory if it rebels. Like, we brought back fascist Italy. Taking Scotland and Wales doesn't really, I guess to some extent, fits our Lebensraum policy, but I don't know how many Germans are going to go over there. And we might as well puppet it so far away from the German core territory, as we've managed to absolutely ambush and bushwhack some Soviet unit here. Oh my god, that bullet went wayward over the top. Okay, so we just need to kind of adopt the Soviet policy of here, no step back, and sort of charge on forward and blitzkrieg them. Get into close range, more just like charge infantry into close proximity, what they were doing.
All hope is lost, son.
For this time we can do it around. I'm basically just trying to build units wherever I can, particularly here in the east, just to nail down the territory that we need to hold. Like, there's a couple of, in our victory conditions, non-negotiables. In the sense that, look, we've got a certain number of territory that we need to take, and then there's key strategic cities that we need to hold. So we've really got to fight tooth and nail here. But so far, even though the balance of power isn't in our favour, we're starting to take out a lot of them. I think we've managed to lose the general here, which is kind of shocking. Right, advance and move up there. Go to about here. We might be able to pull this one out the back. Yeah.
Our men are running,
you do have to manually play a lot of these battles, because sometimes the auto resolve isn't the most favourable.
Our men are running,
okay. So we're just trading generals at the moment.
Our men
There we go.
are running, sir.
Oh, good. Look at that. That's what we'd like to see. The balance of power swing. The pendulum swing back into our favour. Perfect. Close victory. Alright. First battle in a while that we haven't had either tank or artillery support to help us on out. Good on ya. We did outnumber them 5-1 though. And we did lose 2k of our German boys. But we've managed to defend Smolensk. Alright, we've got an army besieging Wales. That is still housing some British resistance. And, yeah, clear victory there. Oh, you can't actually bring back Wales. That's interesting. I thought you could. Maybe not. Maybe it's only Scotland and Ireland then. The Treaty of Brest and what's this? Russians and stuff. Oh, okay. Right, so we've got a peace treaty with the Russians. That's interesting. I kind of want to get rid of them though. I guess we get trade. I guess it's hit the time now. Huh. Peace with the Soviets for once. Alright, back up north. We're about to take Scotland, and this should be the last of the British. The British are probably going to fall. I reckon they will. before the Italians do that have fled to Sardinia. And we can bring Scotland in. We sure can. And that's it, nation destroyed. The British Empire is no more. And Scotland arises. The sun has set for the final time in the British Empire. Alright, back down in Sardinia. Hopefully we can get rid of the last of the Italians. Britain has fallen, same with the French. The time for Italy has also come. As we're just trying to gobble up the last little bits of territory at Sicily and Calgary. Oh, maybe we should bring back then. Well, now there's another Italian state that we've puppeted and brought on in. The Kingdom of Italy. Okay, so there's like 2 Italys. Alright. Fascist Italy and the Kingdom of Italy. Alright, trade agreement. It would be ideal. Perfect. Okay. So, there's really only the Soviets as a major power. We're not at war with Spain. Still got our allies with Austria-Hungary and the Ottomans. Oh, that's annoying. That they've gone and done that. Why did they do that? Oh, Belarus has attacked us. Yeah, a lot of these countries have popped up here. Belarus, Ukraine, White Russia. After the peace out with the Soviet Union. For whatever reason. Oh, okay, so we're still technically allied with the Austro-Hungarians, but they've kind of attacked us. This is kind of whack. Look at this. Ireland has actually taken out Scotland. So, we're going to have to take Edinburgh back because I want the Scottish to be here. Why have they gone and done that? At the moment, we're just trying to wait for time here. Got some African German infantry, which is kind of cool. Now in the mix of things as we, just wait for the victory conditions. Oh my god, guys, here we go. Early November 1918, we've had a revolution. So we can side with the rebels, or we can side with the Kaiser. Look, you know what? I think we'll change things up and go with, and side with the rebels. I think that would be quite cool to mix things up. Although the Kaiser did the hard yards in forming the German Empire, he just can't seem to hold on to power just with the amount of rebellions going on up. So, I'm pretty sure the rebels need to take the capital, and then you can switch on over. Oh, we're actually not in control. We're actually in control of the rebel army here, which is kind of crazy. Alright, so let's march on into Berlin. And I guess the Kaiser really couldn't hold this power together. Like, he couldn't control most of Europe under his control. We had to bring in a German government, because now we've switched on over to the Republican German Empire. So who's this? Henrik is currently our Chancellor, you could say. Cool. I kind of like that you can change government types. Alright, let's deal with Ireland, because they're being a little bit annoying. As we've still got most of the general staff on in. Let's liberate them. Good. I don't know why they attacked Scotland. It was kind of a bit whack. Oh, we just got that bit of territory to retake, actually. Oh yes, Czechoslovakia's popped up. Finland. Norway. Like, look at the amount of countries that have arisen. It's kind of crazy. We'll send the army in just to redeclare war upon the Soviet Union. I won't call my allies in because they might not accept. There we go. And we'll occupy just in case it doesn't count if we liberate it. And now we should be able to end the turn, because it's going to be late November soon. We might as well take these forces back as well, because I do want to try and get rid of the Soviets completely. This time around under the banner and flag of Germany. Alright, so we've hit late November 1918 now. Under Henrik, who I thought was the Chancellor, but technically he's the President, because I guess we're a republic now. But Kaiser Wilhelm fought for this land. He couldn't take it, and now we've had to change the government time, but we've won the campaign. Late November, we've hit our victory conditions, and we've waited for the allotted time as well. Well, look at all these nations that have risen up as well, which is quite cool. But that's pretty much it. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you've enjoyed this Kaiser Wilhelm / late on now Germany campaign. I've had an absolute blast. We had so much fun in this series. Had a different amount of and variety of warfare here and there. We saw some of the tanks, although they did crash half the time. The artillery did awesome as well. And now we're sort of in a new world with a new Germany, all poised for a little Austrian upstart, probably to take things over soon, I guess. So, not going too well in the world for humanity, but I don't know, if you're German, you're probably doing alright in this, safe. But anyway, thanks for watching. Hope you've enjoyed the series. Stay tuned for something tomorrow. I haven't decided what it's going to be, but yeah, there'll be daily content on here as always. But anyway, yeah, let me know if you want to see more of the Great War mod. Definitely open to doing so. I had a lot of fun with this Germany series. We could play as the UK, redo a series. Maybe play as Italy, the Soviets. I'm kind of interested in doing non-historical sort of focuses. Not having the cemented and cored Central Powers and AI alliance. I think having sort of creating our own history and alliances and making it a bit wacky, I think might be quite fun. Because look, you do one sort of historical path and then take things a little bit further here with Germany, and then we'll just have sort of the Wild West of World War One in the next series. I don't know. That's what I'm sort of thinking. Let me know your thoughts and opinions about on that. But anyway, stay tuned for more videos on the channel. And I've got to play the outro now. Take care, fellas. Unfortunately, it's time to end the video here. Thank you very much for watching. Check out my social media links in the description below if you want to stay connected with me. I also want to say thank you to this month's patrons and channel members: Victor K, Sebastian C, Jordan K, Caesar L, Brian S, Tao, Lion B, Kyle P, Tom C, and White P. My name has been Simpsy. Much love from Australia. I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye.